Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, November the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses that let me know you can hear me. See my screen. Thank you, Mr. Green and Mr. Keith. All right, so the games are on again. So take a look at KWeb, guys. So, of course, rumors out of China that, hey, maybe we'll ease COVID restrictions. Maybe it won't be until next March. Market goes up. I wonder how many, now, could this actually be happening? People in China who know this is going to happen just buy the heck out of all these stocks. They make this announcement, they all go up. And later on, maybe Monday, you know what? We're going to have our restrictions back. Anyway, I mean, this is nonsense. KWeb is up though. I'm not going to go over all the China stocks. Most of the China stocks are up. And the unemployment numbers or the employment numbers, whatever you want to call them, came out slightly higher, which in theory, I guess, is good for the market. Over the market or the economy will not keep overheating. I guess that's the theory from the economists. But you know what? All I care about is that's what's happening right now with the SPY. The SPY is having a big surge, like a huge surge pre-market right now. So what else is happening now? Take a look just out of curiosity. I wonder if more earnings plays are coming in that are popping up. If you look at my pre-market actives up, and I've sorted on the earnings date, you can see the 0.25 and the minus 0.25s. These are the ones that have passed my filter requirements in the pre-market. Look, and these are the ones that are up. Look at all the ones that are down though, minus 0.25 and 0.25. Definitely a longer list of stocks that are down on earnings. So let's take a look at a few of these. First, I'm going to resort on the change from the close. There we go. So we've got some big earnings gap downs. Funko, FNKO, huge earnings gap down, 42%. DraftKings, I know somebody was saying, well, you know what? I looked at the DraftKings earnings. Everything looked great. It looked like revenues are up, earnings were up. They didn't even guide that poorly. It's funny. I remember somebody saying to me a while back, well, many years ago, talking about earnings. He said, if you even showed me, what the press release was going to be ahead of time, I still wouldn't have 100% certainty on which way the stock would go. And here's a great example. I mean, there might be something else buried in this press release that I'm not aware of, but all look pretty good to me. No, in fact, it's funny. You mentioned that one. I did not trade Hootie. If you were, well, I know you were in the room yesterday. I almost got a fill right here at around 37, 38, just before it got halted. I was going to take just a little bit, not going crazy, just take a little bit just to see. And I didn't get it. And then, of course, it got halted and it popped. It's funny because when I looked at it this morning and I saw that it was down 24%. I didn't realize though that it was at 80 and that represented being down 24%. I had no idea that it actually popped up to 130. No idea. But I was within a microsecond of getting this. Now, would I have held on all the way up to $128 or whatever it got to? Of course not. But I would have made something. Anyway, BCAB. Now keep an eye on this BCAB. BCAB is did they release her? Yeah, so November 3rd, course. Yeah, so this is an earnings play. I didn't have it listed as an earnings play, but I guess it is an earnings play. And they've also released phase two data. So I don't, it's not so much the earnings play, but it's the phase two data. And fairly low float. A few days ago, well, a few weeks ago, it did hit 1220 or so. So it's got some room to move. And that is the BCAB. Lots of volume. Another big E gap down, earnings play down, SRTS. Wow, I mean, just destroyed 36%. 36%, $8 stock now through the 200-day moving average. And we're seeing gold, tech, FCX again. The rumors that China might be relaxing their COVID restrictions. I mean that's why these metals and mining stocks are going higher right now. Just a rumor though. TWLO, TWLO, TWLO is an earnings play. Another big gap down. Look at Twilio, big gap down 24%. Man. SQ. I think this one is actually an earnings play that is gapped up. SQ. Yeah, 11% run for SQ. DoorDash is another earnings play that has gapped up, released after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area right here. See the big move? As always, though, you kind of have to look at these on the daily chart and check to see where the next resistance areas are. I mean, if DoorDash can somehow get through this 54 level, then maybe it's got a shot to the 57, but it's up 11% right now. Pretty big float, 252 million in the float. Net is another earnings play, another gap up on earnings. NET. Sorry, gap down. Did I have this? Oh, I have. It's all right. Yeah, my notes do say earnings play down. So yeah, Net is another earnings play down 10%. NET. Now, if this market does this, I might see a lot of bounces. Some of these earnings plays. DraftKings could be one, just because of it didn't seem that bad, but maybe there's something else buried in that report that I'm just not aware of. I did see that DUO had gapped up, but probably coming into some resistance around 140. If it can get through 140, then 2 could be a bit of a magnet. No news on this one, I don't think. Just another low float. China stock, though. Yeah, it's a China stock. CTRA was getting clobbered here. CTRA, yeah, down 6%. Earnings play. Can that 200-day moving average hold it? 2809. It's at 2843 right now, and there's the 200-day moving average. And Starbucks is an earnings play, and it gapped up pretty decent. I mean, if this can get over 91, it's got a little bit, well, if it gets over 91, it still has this 92 to 93 to contend with. How is Etsy doing today? Did it hold 100? Wow. A great earnings play yesterday. I was completely wrong. I thought this would fade like mad. It did not fade. I mean, there were a couple little moves down, but nothing like the big fade that I thought might happen. Speaking of fades, look at BCAB. It's almost like they've announced the financing. They did. Look at that. They announced the financing, $65 million financing. Well, at least they did it before the market opened. I'll give them that. It did make sense when I saw this big red candle. Earnings play, phase 2, looked pretty decent, but when you all of a sudden you see something out of the ordinary and it's one of these small bios, you think, financing? And that's exactly what it was. But again, kudos to management that they did it during pre-market and not during market hours. Now, hopefully, if anybody took it here, that's not good, but so we have a lot of stocks now just hitting in my gap up and the pre-market actives up. A lot of stocks, of course, hitting now with the market doing what it's doing. It's funny because I thought it said that user growth went up, but let me just read this. Yeah, well, there's your headline. Well, you're right. I didn't. Oh, okay, so the number of paying customers increased 1.6 million in the quarter, but the analysts were looking for 2 million. That's number one. Yeah, you're right. Customer growth 22% compared with the prior year, down 30% from the second quarter and 29% in the first quarter. Yeah, okay. So there's your answer. So even though all the headlines looked awesome for DKNG, revenues up, et cetera, there's your answer. Any thoughts on SNTG moving forward? Well, there's your 200-day. Oh, I'm sorry, it's way above it. Sorry. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Well, there's your next high, 573. So in theory, it's over this high, right? 488. Is there any news on this? I don't see any specific news on this one, but it is a low float. Yeah. So it's China. I mean, it's okay. I mean, if all most of the China stocks are ripping, this one, of course, is a little more than just a rip. Yeah, man, it was up at 6, so it dropped a dollar like that. Yeah, I mean, you just have to wait for the market to open. I mean, your next high is up here, but it did get over that. At one point, it did get over that 6 right there, which is 571. You just have to wait for the market open, see how it trades. This is not shortable for me. The other one is not in it. I wanted to take this a couple of days ago and just kind of hold it, but I didn't do it. MMAT just kind of inching its way up. There's that high over here of $1.99. No video. Ron, the only thing I can suggest is just do a refresh. Keep doing a refresh. I don't know why you have no video. When you say video, you mean you can't see my screen. Just do a refresh, maybe change browsers. Other than that, there's, obviously nothing in my, maybe change browsers. I have done nothing on my end, and there's not much more I can ask or suggest that you do. I know yesterday we had some audio issues for people, and yeah, I mean, of course, I'm doing nothing differently on my end. And there's another suggestion from Tahiri or Tajiri. Never know if it's a Spanish H or J or something else. Anyway, um, yeah, clear your cookies, reopen your browser. All right, ooh, 9:15. So let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. We have a few more upgrades this morning. I'm sure the downgrades are still more than the upgrades, but we have a few upgrades. Well, guys, Keck and FCX, I mean, for metals and mining, when we go to look at the sector status, I'm sure we're going to see a nice big green bar. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. But downgraded front door, that was a nice one from yesterday. I was going to take a look at it right now, in fact, FTDR. Wow, a lot of downgrades for Twilio, TWLO. A lot of downgrades for Twilio, TWLO. Two downgrades for front door, FTDR. Interesting. Why are they picking on that one? All right, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me get them loaded into morning YouTubers. A moment as I get one more thing pasted into YouTube. Okay, now I am sure we're going to see a lot of green for the sectors. I want to take a look at this front door, FTDR. I wonder why they're downgrading it after a nice earnings play yesterday. Okay, let me take a look at the sectors now, guys. So I'm from their toolbar. I'm going to click on New and then Docked Channel Bar, and then click on Show More so I can see the sector status channel. And most everything should be green. Yes. Push your materials. Look at this materials. Yeah. So let's take a look. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Here's XLE, energy, major ETF for energy. So when you see 95% in green, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what those percentages refer to. And is somewhat predicted and a pretty easy prediction, 88% materials, but everything is up. Everything is up. Now, as I look at this, try to look at this in a different way at about 10 o'clock, 10:15 or so, and we'll look at it change from the open. In other words, they're opening trades and see if there's any dramatic difference. Usually there is. So in other words, stocks could still be up from yesterday's close, but drifting down, during the day, but still be up from the close of yesterday, but drifting down. Peloton is still hanging in there, guys. Peloton had a great day yesterday. This was a it was an earnings play, yesterday. This was a classic gap down and reverse, because this had gapped down quite a bit. You can see that the day before the close was 8.60 and it got down to $7 before it just completely rallied all day long. It's not like the market was helping it. The market was down. So for Peloton, yeah, I mean, there's still a little bit of 942. What did it get up to yesterday? 934 was its high. 942, when you look left, is the next high. And then after that, there's a chance it could get into that 10 level if it continues to be strong. That is not a prediction, of course. All right, this one, Peak Bio. So what happened here? I don't remember this one at all from yesterday. I don't know if this is an IPO. Initiates. I don't know if was this a SPAC? It looks like this was probably a SPAC that turned into a PKBO. Just looking at the price. See if we have this news. Yeah. Okay. So this was a SPAC that turned into PKBO. Didn't do very well. Got up to 1083. Yeah, and this would have been on what are we now? Friday. That would have been on Wednesday. Closed down here, 382. But look at this pop here. So and we got a $15 price target put on by these guys, Ladenburg Thelman for Peak Bio. Okay, when you see that, don't pile into it thinking, well, I guess they know what they're talking about, so it's going to be $15. I'll just hang on. Please don't do that. But that is a reason for a pop. And yes, they also closed that 100 million. No, Zach, where are you going? You don't get to take time off, but have a great time. Just in case Zach could not hear me. Okay, let's see. We got another 4 minutes or so before the market opens. Somebody asked about Coinbase. Well, I guess Bitcoin must be having a bit of a rally. Yeah, this is a face ripper of a rally so far. So far, Amzaka. Yeah, in our YouTube room. So far. Another China stock, guys. CNET. Wow, this is like Para sort of Warner Brothers. WBD, another earnings play, gapping down, almost an all-time low. It reminds me just like Para, Para. Same sector, of course. WBD, how many shares in the float? Probably a big float. Yeah, 2.2 billion. Going to take a bunch to keep moving this, but I mean, this is basically an all-time low for WBD on earnings. I actually saw LNC had a downgrade, but two upgrades. Actually, maybe two downgrades and one upgrade. I think I saw that this morning. So hopefully the upgrade helps you, William. A bit anyway. PRVB. PRVB. I'm just looking at this. A little bit of a move here. It's now gone positive. Of course, this was one of the wilder ones from yesterday. PRVB. Thank you. We've got a minute to the open. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. So I'm going to get rid of my gappers, pre-market gappers. And let's have a great end to this week's trading, everybody. And remember, we gain an hour Saturday night. Don't forget to turn your clocks back. So that I have to say that because people come into the room on Monday, say, "Hey, what's going on?" Those who don't have to change their clock, especially Europeans. And some parts of Arizona. All right, guys, we are now open. Here we go. So BCAB went down and now it's popping back up a little bit. GPro, Funko continues its move down. FNKO, look at this move down. Wow, what a disaster. Almost cut in half. I can't imagine holding this here thinking, okay, they're going to have earnings. How bad could it be? Well, there's your answer, guys. This stock basically just cut it right in half. Now, wow, Funko was showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but I just Obviously, I had taken it, it would have been awesome. 970, 893 right now. Had it been an all-time low, I probably would have taken it, but that's kind of just my rule. I just find that even these that make 10-day lows on bad news, they can still have pop up and down in the first 15 minutes. This may not. This may just continue to crater. Oh, AUPH is continuing down, guys. Notice a downgrade too for it. This is continuing down after earnings yesterday. Well, again, it's just like my conservative nature, but I mean, Funko, the alert was at 970 and this right down to 8. That's what I'm talking about, the 10-day daily breakdown. So this is a don't repeat version of the alert window. Okay, so I'm only going to see the stock the first time it appeared. I'll see the time, of course, and the price. Here is the repeat over and over and over again, whatever happened. You can see 970 was the alert, 828 now, or got down to 828. This will probably haunt me, but that's okay. I got to stick to my guns on this one. TWLO, guys, TWLO is making new lows on earnings. A lot of downgrades for this one. Look at this gap down 28%. I'm watching this AUPH, guys. I want to see how well it holds underneath 5 and can it continue down. I think this is no, it's not an all-time low, but excuse me. I mean, I had the earnings yesterday. And let's see if it just can keep cratering underneath this 5 level. It's a big float, so it won't be crazy volatile. Look at Peloton now. Peloton really gave it up for a while anyway. PTON got up to 949, back down to 9. Okay, this stock won the first. Again, guys, I'm not, the volatile ones in here. I mean, you can be selective, but just not seeing the big follow through that we saw, say, a month and a half ago. So that's why I'm being very, very careful with this in this racing. I like the concept that it's going to build me a top 10 list, but just not seeing the tremendous follow through that we saw on a lot of stocks, about a month and a half ago for about 2 months. All right, we have a halt. DMTK just got halted on the way down. Yuck. Hootie got halted on the way down or up? Hootie got halted on the way up. HUDI got halted on the way up. And it's going to have a big open, maybe. It got halted at 89.62, 92.92 is the projection. Got halted at 931 plus 9 seconds. So this should open at 936 if it's a 5-minute halt, just 9 seconds after 936. Gold running, AU, Yamana. Gold is running. Well, I used to remember Yamana in the old days, big gold company out of Canada. And Twilio continues down. Just keeping an eye on this AUPH, see if it can hold underneath 5. Like when did I do this? Just take a little price alert down here, see if it takes that out and keeps moving down. All right, market putting in a red bar now. So yeah, as we speak, Dow's up quite a bit. Nas is up, SPY is up. However, look at that red bar that's forming. That first 15-minute red bar or first 15-minute candle in the SPY. Well, China stock, guys, this ZTO, I mean, it could be interesting. I mean, there's the high right there, 1910, is that right? 1910. The next high looking left is 2191. So, I mean, this has got room. It, so but you know what? If you were going to take this, I would have KWEB side by side, making sure that China is still kind of in favor. Let's take a look at KWEB. Yeah, so I wouldn't be doing that. There's a red candle now, basically looking just like the SPY. JD is long, Duo, okay. Duo is certainly strong in the pre-market. Yeah, I mean, it's got room to 2. We're not saying it's getting there, but it is China, so I would keep an eye on KWEB, though it's a small one. It may trade more or less on its own, not caring too much what the overall China market is doing. Unless Paul, well, of course, yeah, if you want to go long, it's hard, but I mean, if this has a nice fade all day, you know what that means? Short all the pops. Okay, guys, KPTI may be interesting. KPTI, nice breakout. It is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. KPTI. I mean, if you get aggressive, the resistance is around 6. If you don't look left at all the other little highs. Wow, net. Look at net, guys. Net is an earnings play. Had a little pop before the market opened, and then look at this. Net is an earnings play. Still early, guys. 9:40. Another 5 minutes before I get kind of more serious. Oh, look at BCAB. I don't know if this was shortable for me. BCAB, BCAB. The answer is no. Thank goodness. Thank goodness in that I would have been upset about missing it. Look at this big red bar in the market, guys. What if it wipes out all this? What if it gets down to 373 on that bar? Another one. VIAV, guys, another earnings play showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. 1175 was the trigger. or the alert, I should say. All right, SRTS is showing up now, but boy, the spread's terrible. 772, 795. That's a terrible spread. Low float, 13 million. It's an earnings play, but you know, the spread is sort of tightening up a little bit here. I looked at the change from the open, guys. That sector, we'd see a hugely different picture. But I'll hold off to maybe 10 o'clock. Look at this. I mean, here's a big one of the big silver plays. So my guess is that how's gold doing? Uh, One of the big silver players, though, Pan American Silver. Look at this. Not an earnings play either. All right. Well, CNET has won a couple of races now, and you know it's got some room to 121, I guess. If I can take that out, low float, 29 million. It is China. So some of the lower float China stocks are probably not carrying as much what the overall China market is doing, but that's what the overall China market is doing right now. Yeah, the duo had a pop, it right back down. Again, it's China. But look at this. How much time left? This is another little less than 2 minutes. What if this wipes out all these, like the 45 minutes of straight up? Morning, Mr. PJ. Well, this is China, but it is not sinking yet. CNET. Well, here's Etsy. Maybe this is an easy short now. Okay, maybe Etsy is an easy short. ETSY. Well, Twilio had a bunch of downgrades. I did see that. Look at this. Wow. Okay, it has wiped out all those gains. You know, when the unemployment or the employment numbers came out, and so employment had. Can I say unemployment? Unemployment rose a bit, which is what the market wanted. But now look at this. What time did Hutto? Well, it resumed. It resumed at 9:41, but it's halted again. So yeah, sometimes what happens in our halts resumes is that if a stock gets almost halted immediately, there's where it came out, 9:41.09. So that made sense. And well, actually, this was a 10-minute halt. Most of them are 5, but I mean, this it was a 10-minute halt. So if it's not a 5-minute halt, then it's usually a multiple of five. In this case, it was 10. But if it gets halted almost immediately, for whatever reason, our software doesn't pick it up. Okay, so so I can't tell you. I mean, it is halted right now. And SNTG halted on the way up. Okay, on the way up. Well, gold is still strong. So you're right. There's obviously, well, I didn't check all the other silver stocks, but gold is still strong. So, guys, I'm going to add the gap continuation or reverse. I'll get the gentleman who looks after my home page. I'm going to get him to add it back. I used to have it on my home page, but when we're in earning season, we're getting a lot of stocks that look at DKNG as an example, but we're getting a lot of stocks that either gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, or gap down and go, or gap up and gap up and keep going. But especially in earning season. And next week, we still have a lot of companies releasing earnings. So I've been following that today. All right. Right, like this Etsy underneath 98 again. There's a big topping tail there. Buyers tried. Now, is it going to follow the market too closely? That's the only issue. Is it going to follow the market too closely? Well, gold is still strong. Here's the angle of gold. Well, here's a China stock that is not moving down. Oh, that's the one I was talking about just a little while ago. I mean, it's got room, guys, but I mean, hard to commit unless KWeb starts moving up. Yeah, a little bit of a move up. I mean, that ZTI was not really affected, or ZTO was not really affected, though. Not really affected that much by that move down. Oh, okay. Look out, guys. There's another red bar forming. Buyers tried to prop this up a little bit, but the sellers are still in control of the SPY anyway. There's another China stock, guys, that is actually moving higher. EDU, not an no, not an earnings play. Education stock. But well, it's got some room. 29.20, and the next high looking left is 29.79. So it's got a little bit of room. Come on, Etsy. Oh, okay. There's Etsy now. Yeah, then it popped right back up. Hmm. Another one probably cratering here. SYNH, boy, another one on the 10-day daily breakdown. It's not a lifetime low. They don't all have to be lifetime lows, of course, but wow. I mean, another earnings play. SYNH. Crack, crack. Ah, I mean, you get earning season, guys. I mean, my 10-day daily breakdown, when we're not in earning season, I might get two or three a day, maybe, because I've got some very tough filters in here. But look at this. Look at all the, I don't know if this is an earnings play, but we got so many now in this 10-day daily breakdown. All right, so Hootie, wow, what a crazy, crazy stock this one is. At least yesterday had the semblance of news. So AXL is an earnings play. I think it also was a rumor play yesterday at one point, AXL, but it's an earnings play today. Ranger Oil, look at this one. It's not an earnings play, ROCC. Not a lot of volume, very low float, 20 million in the float. So you got to be a little bit careful, but wow, look at the room it's got, 47, but it's a low float for a $44 stock. That can be extremely whippy then. Look at the resilience of Peloton, PTON, holding 9, and popping off 9. Looks like not a bad play for Shady on the BCAB, BCAB. Another one that was halted, ANPC. ANPC was halted. Okay, so that was a red candle at one point, 9:56. So another three, well, 9:57 now. Another 3 minutes for this to close. So that looked red, but now it's market's trying to rally a little bit. So bounce plays. Good entry for Duo. Let's take a look at Duo. I don't know. I wouldn't. It just looks like, I mean, had a pop up here to 154 and then a big sell off. It's China. Not that, I think that these little guys are so, tied to what the overall China market's doing, but that's a big sell off on a percentage basis. 153 down to 116 doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. I mean, don't let me talk you out of it, but wow, SYNH, oh man, 42%. Really no action in the pre-market. Yeah, really nothing. Look, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Of course there was right here. So at some point, maybe, look for a bounce or something. I see it is on Zach Scam, but I mean, again, gold, gold, gold. There's Sabanier. I rarely trade gold or oil stocks. I just find that these too tied into their sector. I try to find stocks that kind of trade a little bit more on their own, not caring that much about what their sectors are doing. But that, of course, that's just me. Now, if a company is gold or oil and it's an earnings play or has some news, fine. But if it's just moving because the overall sector is moving, I just usually don't take those sort of trades. All right, guys, FRG, is this an earnings play? It is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Okay, I'm looking to take a short on this FRG if I can get it. It's down 10%, so the uptick rule may nail me. The reason why I would do it, earnings play, the next low looking left is 22.79. What's the, yeah, not bad volume, relatively low float, so I'd have to be careful. Good. Well, again, SNGG is going to be scary at the best of times. The float is 1 million, so it's incredibly low. Okay, so it's traded 14 million, 1 million in the float. So, it's going to be really, really whippy. The next high looking left, I recall, I got through that high in the pre-market up to 6. The issue with it really though, I don't see any specific, as I scan my headlines, I don't see any specific news for it. So this is just kind of, some kind of a trading vehicle right now, some rooms or whatever. I've got a hold of it. All right, the FRG just got a little bit spready here. Well, I really like it, but it's, this FRG, a little bit spready though. But if it ever, try to see what I can do. 220, 24.51, 24.52. So the spread is tightened. Okay, guys, I mean, you do what you have to do. I'm not telling anybody to do what I'm going to do on the FRG. Well, we'll see. I know I'm chewing some ice, guys. Sorry. Well, there's your SNTG. I think it just exploded. Yeah, it just exploded. So it's over that high now, guys. Just no news. 571 is the high. It did hit $6, I believe, in the pre-market. 598, it hit in the pre-market. Yeah, market is, yeah, bit of a schizo day right now, guys. We had that 45 minutes straight up on the employment numbers, straight up. This started at 8:45. Opening candle wiped it all out, and this next candle is trying to regain it somewhat. So a bit of a schizo market. Whoa, Etsy guys, Etsy, finally. I mean, your fantasy area is down here around 90. That's the low of yesterday. Big C, somebody mentioned Big C before. Big C, and another earnings play. Is this an all-time low? Yes, it's an all-time low now, guys. Big C, an all-time low on earnings. Wow. This takes out 9. I mean, look out below. I mean, there's nothing holding it up, obviously. Ooh, William, I don't know if you're going to add to your short here or your long here, but boy, SYNH, this looks awfully, awfully, awfully weak on earnings. Another one that's weak on earnings is WBD. We talked about that one earlier, another all-time low. WBD, a little bit like Paramount. The only issue with it is that 2.2 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to keep moving this. Come on. Wow, look at Etsy, guys. Collapse, sort of semi-collapsing now. Wow. Look at that, 45% down, almost cut in half. Come on, move. You know what I'm talking about. Did I tell you that I love earnings seasons? There's so much. No boring. Not boring. Another earnings play, guys. VI mentioned this one earlier. There's just so many of them. VIAV. Crack. Ah, okay. This is interesting to me, guys. This is really interesting. I'm going to bail on my short of FRG. Okay. The reason I'm going to bail on it, and now if it takes out 2450 later, maybe I'm just looking, I'm testing this histogram here. And you see you have a big giant bar right there. The theory being is that this compares on different time frames, bullish and bearish candles. Okay. When you get something like this, that is telling, in theory, again, it's theory, that the bullish candles are greater than the bearish candles. When you get a big pop like this. So I'm going to listen to this. So I bailed on my FRG short, and we'll see later on. Maybe if it takes out 2450, I'll get that. I'll get in it again. But I'm just kind of paying attention to this. This is something that is well, it's actually been around for 6 months. You guys don't have access to it. It's an indicator called TI pattern recognition. I just started. Excuse me. I didn't even realize it existed until 2 days ago. And so I am going to kind of track what I'm seeing, certainly for today, and then all next week. I want to see if this can give us any kind of an edge. Yeah, I mean, look what happened. I mean, I'm not saying that's exact, but I mean, I'd love to have the the be all and the end all for indicators. Wouldn't that be awesome? So I'm just going to, Michael, I'm going to really dive into this a little bit more. Oh, I have no idea when it's going to be available. I'm sorry. No idea. This is how crazy it is that Michael forgot it was even there. He did it 6 months ago. I hadn't even looked at it. Just give me a moment. I'm just talking with Michael. I mean, listen, if it worked like this all the time, I'm not sure we'd give it to you guys. we probably have to, we probably have to sell it or something. But I was in this short at 24.55. Okay. And yeah, the spread was tightening. In fact, it was at 24.51, 24.52. I was waiting for a break at 24.50, of course. But I looked at this this giant bar here, which was saying to me, man, you might want to get out of this. And I had time. I mean, it's not like this bar all of a sudden just popped up. I mean, I was watching this, and so I thought, you know what? I'm just going to get out of it. So I got out of this short flat, and within a minute or so, it made the pop. Not because I got out of my short or anything, but no indicator on its own, okay, is going to do it. But if this can give us a bit of an edge, again, so the idea, big red, I keep saying red, big bar, meaning it's bullish, okay? And all of a sudden, though, if all of a sudden if the bar dropped to a really low level, that would be bearish. It's got nothing to do with volume either. Okay, somebody asked, is that anything to do with the volume? No, it's comparing. It's just comparing bullish candlesticks versus bearish candlesticks in different time frames. Okay, let's see what else is happening here. So this is an earnings play. Yeah, DXC is an earnings play, and it is above yesterday's high. The next high looking left is 29.88. No real clue here. I mean, maybe a short, more of a short opportunity looking at this histogram. It's not available, Aaron, unfortunately yet. If it becomes available, and I don't know what it takes for it to become available. And look, it doesn't mean every single time you see something like that, it's going to work exactly like it did with the FRG. But it's not available yet for you guys. Okay, it's indicator, and it's called TI pattern recognition. I want to play around with it for another week, though. Before I say, okay, guys, we should add it. I don't know what it takes to add it. Okay, technically, I don't know what it takes to add. I don't think it's just flipping a switch. Yeah, what a day, guys. Look at this. I mean, it these two candles here, and now this third one, basically wiping out all that negativity that we saw in the opening 15-minute candle. Yeah, well, I guess the play today was just, buy any gold stock and just hang on. Even the goose is trying to come back, guys. Canada Goose, after disastrous earnings a couple of days ago, and the goose is trying to come back and has some room to 17. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it does have room to 17. What? I see. Finally making a move down. What's happening here? This has been so steady over the last few weeks, really. I see making a move down. ISEE. I wonder if there's any. I mean, maybe it's being the COO sold 73,000 shares at $24. I mean, maybe that's the reason, but wow. I mean, GFI and AU just, oh, William, I hope you're not still in that SYNH. I was looking to short that actually. Well, guys, I mean, it probably won't move much. I mean, I may be completely wrong, but WBD is an all-time low underneath 11. Underneath 11, all-time low, earnings play. It is an all-time low. Yes, all-time low. Warner Brothers. I think that was a spin-off somehow. So if we look at this little histogram here, dropping, so that would, in theory, mean that the more bearish candles than bullish, in theory. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just internal discussion. It appears that that indicator could be added pretty quickly, but he wants to actually make it a little more pretty. Maybe have different colors, maybe make it a line. Well, guys, I hope it took profit in the Etsy. I mean, that's now having a big bounce. That was a great short for a while. I'm surprised it did the bounce it did, but it's bouncing with the market. Look at the market. Boy, it's tough to trade, guys. I mean, direction. That's why it's good to find the alpha stocks. They don't really care too much about what the overall market's doing, kind of like earnings plays. Okay, now guys, FRG is now coming back to my area. I mean, that could have been, now see how that, so I'm getting interested again in potentially shorting it in that 24.55 area again. So just put a price alert there, and if it happens, great. If not, just move on. Another silver play, well, silver anyway. This is silver, not well, gold ore and silver ore. So okay, so maybe more of a gold play than silver. Yeah, there's that gap down in reverse. I think Vicky was talking about this one, Funko. Well, Warner Brothers actually had a pop. Let's see if it'll hold underneath 11 though. Bottoming tail here. Well, that's just bouncing with the market. I mean, WBD, look at this. I mean, this is bouncing right with the market. Look at this crazy market, guys. Corsair, is this an earnings play? Yeah, another earnings play. Corsair, CRSR, coming into maybe a little bit of resistance around that 1550 mark. There's the 200-day way above it. Well, yes, he looks like it's going to break right through 100 again. Cinemark, okay, here's a theater chain, I guess. Actually having not a bad day on earnings. What's AMC doing? I haven't looked at these. Nothing. AMC has earnings on the 8th, such as they are going to be. Haven't seen any of the meme stocks. Macrogenics, MGNX, through the 200-day. It is an earnings play. It is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Where could it keep going to? 631 and then 671. So 631 and 671 looks like those are the two highs looking left for MGNX. Maybe if it bases here just a little bit, might be an interesting play. I mean, this Funko still has room. I mean, I'm looking at this 15-minute chart, ton of resistance around 1150. It looks maybe stalling now though. If that kept going though, I mean, there was that had a chance maybe to get to that 1150 mark. Prim guys, Perimeter Solutions. Don't know these guys at all, but another earnings play. So I think the idea here is to see something that's really standing out in this histogram, okay? Like really starting to stand out. I mean, I'm not saying we're going to get things that look just like this FRG, but that really stood out. And it still looks good now. I might take this. If we get a bid over 25, I might take this trade on this. We're at 24.95, 25 right now. I get a bid over 25. Again, not recommend. It's not recommending you do the same thing, but I'm just intrigued by these bars now showing strength. All right, you're going to move. All right, guys. Now I see it starting to bounce. Okay, and I think the only reason is that somebody sold some. I think the COO sold some shares at the 23 mark, and so I think that's the only reason that this one dropped somewhat. And I'm talking about ISEE. Cheap one, guys. KSPN, very cheap one. Breaking over $1 now. Another very low float, 2.24 million in the float. Let's see what. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of resistance between here and 120. But if it can ever break through 120, remember this day it got up to 170. So I mean, if it can break through 120. Peloton, guys. Peloton is still strong. Still has room to about that 10 level. There's a high over here at 942, which it's basically at. Then after that, you got room to around 10 for Peloton, PTON. Another halt. Peekaboo, PKBO. So this was the one that turned into PKBO a couple of days ago. It was a SPAC that turned into PKBO. Got halted on the way up. Well, this could be interesting because so there it is. There's the halt. No real clue about where it's going to open. It says 708, 708. If it opens in 5 minutes, it'll be 10:42. plus 52 seconds. What time is it now? 10:36. So we've got another 4 minutes or so. But it'd be interesting, guys. I mean, what did it hit yesterday? Up to 1078. Depends where it opens. The only way I play a halt, only way, it got halted at 707. If for some reason it gaps down a little bit and then comes back up to the 707, I might take that trade. Okay. That's the only way. I'm not going to chase it. But again, that is not a recommendation for you to do the same thing. But look at, man, DraftKings continues to, sorry, wrong symbol. DraftKings continues to move down here. Whew, lifetime range. Wow, lifetime range is almost at a low. All right, focus now for me is this PKBO to see how it opens. So what time is it now? 10:38, and it should open 10:40 plus almost 10:41. So still have a little bit ways to go. This is still super weak. SYNH. Almost, well, getting close to a lifetime low. Look at Peloton. My goodness, PTON. I'm sure many people thought, oh, okay, that's it. You know, that red candle right there. Ah, forgot to keep watching. It's got to be over 6 MGNX. Yeah. So again, what did I say? I think the next high I think I saw was around 630. Is that correct? Yeah, 620, yeah, 627 and then 665. So still has a little bit of room to go. And it's an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. So that's always a good thing. Wow, Etsy over 100 again. Well, that has surprised me again today. Yeah, I had a short on this one, but I mean, that was a nice collapse. I thought it could get closer to the 90 level. I really did. But the market got too strong. It's that simple. I mean, Etsy is basically following the market. Look at that big red candle to start, red candle to start in the SPY. So it's always, I think anyway, important to have, some way to track the overall market. I mean, some people like the Russell. I've always had the SPY, but you can just keep an eye on what the SPY is doing and what your stock is doing. And if they're matching, then you got to really pay attention. Yes, Shady, I know you made a nice trade on the BCAB. I know you called that out a lot earlier. This is actually pretty interesting right now, even. Nice little move. Got some resistance around 971 in the pre-market. Ah, yeah. So it didn't do. Yeah. So you see, it's too late. So it did not go back down below 707 and then pop up. Yeah, it looks like it's going to get halted again. Yeah, I'm sure it's. I shouldn't say I'm sure. It looks like it's getting halted. Well, it is halted. Sorry. So there's another one, guys. Unfortunately, when the stock comes, I'm going to have to ask Brad about this. See if there's anything we can do because it got halted and then when it resumed, but it immediately got halted. And I guess it must need a few seconds or something. Just ask this question. No, no, not you, not you. Okay, guys, I'm just passing that information on. I've seen this quite a bit. Stock that halted, they resume, and then I guess if they move up too quickly, somehow our software is not able to pick it up on the second halt. It's the only thing I can think of. All right, guys, I'm just what time is it now? 10:45. A little late. Usually I do a little spiel about 10:20, but there's been so much activity. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. My name is Barry Enerson. I do work for Trade Ideas. The room is open between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. I share my screen. I'm live on the mic. Okay, put in my homepage link. Oh, if you click on my homepage link, you will find a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. Test Drive 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. What I would do if you're unsure about this product, do not take out an annual subscription. Okay, you can always try us out monthly, and I'll just give you an idea about what all this costs. We have the four plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. But you know what? If I'm starting out, standard is a fine package. Okay, um, it's 1,000 less than 25%. The premium is 2,000 less than 25%. You can go monthly though, 118 or 228 less than 25%. And please listen carefully for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. However, If you take out a monthly subscription today, and then within 30 days, you say, you know what, I wouldn't mind having an annual, we will honor the 25%. Okay. And if you're going to take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. Okay. The Getting Started, I'll go to the education section and you'll see the same sort of link is there. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for it right there. Of course, it's free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. How is Shopify doing? Oops, not too good. Well, you had an opportunity to trade it on the Monday. It did actually have a decent little pop, but that was about it. This is a free service. So if you sign up and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or your promotions folder in Gmail. Here's the big education section. Okay, we have a big user guide right here. So this is what I was talking about. This is the getting started. 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes to go. At the very least, know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and know about stock racing, okay? That at least get those down. You know, there obviously have other aspects of the trade ideas that you can take a look at, you know, creating price alerts and sound alerts, etc. But if you're brand new, you know, don't get overwhelmed by all the information in the guide. Yeah, at least know what an alert window is, top list, and stock racing. There's that getting started series again. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. You can head over there and listen to Andy between 12 and 1. And as always, from Monday to Friday, Chris Varley takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. I shut the main room down at 3:30, so you can head over to listen to Chris for another hour. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics, Michael Noss at Trade ID. If you're new to trading, please take a look at this. It's a great free resource. Introduction to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. Okay. And last, my scans. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. The two races that you see. This is what I use in the pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. I think I'm going to add the my gap continuation or reverse back here. So a lot of information on my homepage. If you're going to take out a subscription at some point, if you use my link, it helps the room, keeps the room free, and it does help me, yes. Also, of course, if you save my link, then you can take a look at my scans at any time. As I say, I can change them up. And also, of course, all that education right here. So if you save my scan, you can take out a subscription and, of course, keep an eye on my scans and the education section. Okay? Why did not PayPal show up in the bounce plays? Which I don't know the bounce plays you're talking about, Sam? I'm afraid to look. I'm afraid to look. Yeah, peekaboo, peekaboo is the one. So I need more information. When you say I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, why did PayPal, PYPL, not show up in the bounce plays? I don't know what bounce plays are you talking about? Now, if you're looking at something that I put together, this would be out of the price range, okay? Because I don't look at stocks generally over $50. But if it's something else, I can't answer it because I don't have that. If you're not, so if you're talking about any scan that you ever took from me, that is why PayPal would not show up. Well, Sam, again, where are you getting that? Where are you getting the up bounce plays? I don't know, like what scan is that? I need the name of the scan. Or if you put the cloud link in, I can take a look at it. You too, Zaka. You have a good weekend yourself. Okay. What gives me the confidence to hold a stock? Um, well, it depends on the type of trade it is. If it's one of these low float stocks, I'm very quick to take some profit because anything can happen when you're in one of these low float situations. But as long as the stock is, depending again the price and the type of stock it is, does it have any news associated with it? We're in so many earnings plays now, and you just kind of, I'm just really watching, on the 15-minute chart mainly to see how it's trading. Experience. I don't know how else I can say, what else I can say really. But Sam, understand. Oh, it's Zach's. Okay, bounce plays from Zach. Okay. Well, it obviously didn't meet the some filter requirement. Okay. Without overanalyzing it. Well, first of all, most of his bounce plays are stocks that are. You'd have to look at the filters. Okay. Like I'm not going to look at these filters, but I mean, maybe the 2-minute range wasn't 15 cents. I don't know what the RSI is. Okay. I mean, it's a filter that, no, of course, for me, 2 and 50, but you're saying, so it might have been the 2-minute range was not at least 15 cents. I mean, it's possible. It looks like it could have been. Maybe it's the RSI. Also, if you look at PayPal, had to be down 3%. So it's sort of right on the cusp. So I mean, there could be a lot of things, Sam. You'd have to look, you'd have to try to check that yourself. It could be the RSI. What was the RSI when it made a new low? Usually it's a filter, Sam. Okay, and I just don't have the time to check to see what the RSI was at the time of where you thought it might have been. But it's usually always a filter that's the reason. This didn't really have a look of the type of stocks that I normally see on his scan. This is more of a look. But anyway, that's probably the reason. Yeah, another moving down on the market here again. Give me a moment here, guys. Oops. I mean, Sam, I'm actually just even looking. I know this is something pretty advanced. The stocks like this template, okay. I'm just kind of looking. Here's the 1 minute RSI as an example, okay, 22. So his filter says that it can't be more than 15. Okay, now that's at, that's when it made a low at 949. But that's probably the reason, just looking at that, the 1 minute RSI was 22 and it can't be more than 15. Okay. I can give you this, this is something that's obviously a little more advanced, but you can always check to see what filter settings happen at a certain time for a specific stock. But I can just very quickly see that that's probably the reason. Okay. All right, guys, this is a little bit of a gap up and reverse. So this is, of course, to do with China. I mean, opening up, etc. This is a casino, Macau, and all. But this is maybe a bit of a gap up and now a reverse. What is KWeb doing? Take a look at KWeb. Yeah, boy, KWeb has followed the market almost, well, not almost. It's followed the market identically. Look at that first 15-minute candle. Look at the SPY. And then we have four, 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles. We've got a red candle in the SPY. KWeb's doing the same. Okay. So MLCO, which of course casino. So did you see what I displayed there, Sam, for you? Make sure you saw that. No, but he changed it to 100, Andy. You can, of course, adjust any one of my scans and you can make an adjustment, different price range. He adjusted it to 100. But the RSI 1 minute had to be no more than 15, and I just did a check, and it was at that point about 22. So that was the reason. Yeah, Zito has been kind of interesting. I mean, it really hasn't China stock. It hasn't really, tracked the market. It's kind of been doing its own thing. It's not an earnings play. Probably difficult to get that market cap. Wow. Okay, guys. Now okay, that was patience galore. Okay. I was trying to trust this histogram right there. Okay. Because I took this trade around 2502. Okay. I said I wanted to see, and it did move down. It was up here. It moved down, but I was trying to trust this histogram a little bit. So I didn't take very many shares. Okay. I didn't go crazy. Trying to trust this histogram to see if there's really something behind it. So the fact that, these bars were all still pretty strong, meaning in theory that the bullish candles were outweighing the bearish candles on all sorts of different time frames. And then Michael constructed some kind of a ratio. And so that gave me a little confidence to keep in this trade. But again, I didn't take very many because, I don't know. First of all, they're not going to all work. I mean, it's only one indicator. And you don't have this yet. But Michael told me that it is easy to add in a second, but I think he wants to prettify it. Okay. Now you see right here, this could be telling me, okay, get out. You had your fun, but get out. Well, there's a nice bounce off SAC scan for TDS. Now this could get interesting. I mean, it's holding this level. I mean, look at all the room it's got. It's an earnings play, it's down 26% still, but depending what the market does, it's not, it's sort of following the market. It is not a China play, TDS. Of course, this is, let's see if it takes out 1241. Okay, takes out that high there. Next high up here is way up here around 13. So this could have a little bit of a run in it. This is a typical sort of a classic gap down and potential reversal. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Wow, VIAV, yeah, really started to move down. Um, this is the grunt, grunt, grunt. This is the this is what I'm talking about. In my sound, it's the pig sound, and it just over and over and over again. Actions, pig. Oh, are you kidding me? Today? Oh no. Oh, that was yesterday. Okay, one more pause, guys. Oh, I'm sorry, I was on mute for a bit, okay? Um, hmm. So I was talking about the VIAV. Yeah, sorry about that. I was on mute. Probably I had wonderful things to say also, because what I was saying, I'm practicing with, trying to figure out, a good way to use this histogram. So this, I was short, okay? And what kept me in the short, because again, what TT said, how do you keep in a short? Well, no, I've covered this even, but I'm looking at this histogram and I'm seeing that these bars are not big. They're not like up here, which would mean, okay, maybe now's the time to get out. Okay. So as long as these bars were fairly low with respect to these other bars, because this is meaning, in theory, there are more bearish candles than bullish candles. Okay. But again, one indicator is not going to, it's not magic. So I mean, I'm still not going to go crazy and think, okay, well, I'm going to keep in this trade just because these bars are like this. Okay. But I am definitely trying to figure out a way, to give us a little bit of advantage, in conjunction with everything else you guys do, with taking a look at this histogram and saying, okay, can it really give us a bit of a clue about direction and then staying in trades? I mean, it actually might be better to use a 5-minute chart for this, tracking the 5-minute chart, because I have a feeling what time is it now? Yeah, I see. I think what happens is at the very beginning, this is just going to stay, but of course it can fluctuate in theory if you have a smaller time frame. You can go to a 2-minute. No, I can't really elaborate, blue collar. It's just comparing bullish candles over different time frames, not mine. Got nothing to do with my time frames. Okay, bullish candles over different time frames, and I can't tell you, what those time frames are. Maybe 2, 5, 15, 60. I really don't know. Versus bearish candles over those time frames creates a ratio, and so a high number means more bullish than bearish, and a lower number means more bearish than bullish. Okay, you guys want a big explanation about all this? Tune in Tuesday. When Michael Noss is in the YouTube room between 12 and 1, and you can ask him. By that time, you got to understand, he made this 6 months ago and hadn't even looked at it. He just sort of came up with this idea, put it in there. We didn't even know it was there. The only reason I know it's there is I was doing I can't even remember why I know it's there. I mean, I was looking at the indicators, and I think I had some indicator on a chart that I didn't want. And as I was scrolling through, I see, what the heck is this TI pattern recognition? What is it? And so I asked Michael about it. He said, "Oh, he forgot he even had it. He put it in there 6 months ago, and so he will over the weekend. I think he's going to take a lot harder look at it to see what the math is behind it." Again, it's just an indicator. It's not the be all and end all, but it could be. I mean, here's a 2 minute. I mean, again, guys, this might be just voodoo, but I mean, look at the 2 minute right there. You see how this histogram is starting to move higher? Problem with the 15 minute is that I think what happens is at the beginning of the 15 minutes, it's set then for the entire 15 minutes. You'll notice it doesn't move up and down. Whereas, and the same with the two, but at least the 2 minute, will change in 2 minutes, if that makes sense. It could be very cool. I don't know if anybody else does something like that. Let's take a look at PKBO. Well, wow. If it consolidates. So here's a couple of things. There's the VWAP right there, 743 through 736. What is it going to do at the VWAP? Oh, is it going to hit into it and bounce off it? Well, guys, I guess we may as well buy Peloton bikes because this has been so super strong. PTON. I mean, this had earnings yesterday, but got down a lot, 730. It goes way up here, $2 pop. Yeah, that I don't know how difficult that would be, Billy. I have no idea how difficult that would be to have a scan based on this. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, it's a good idea. I probably nothing is going to happen until we finally make this migration to AWS. Okay, there's and it's just taken a lot longer than they thought. They were hoping by September this would happen. They're hoping by the end of the year. I still don't know when that's going to happen. And then they can loosen up. Like Michael, as an example, he cannot, even though he's creating new Market Explorer scans, he cannot put them in there until we get AWS up and running because it's putting too much a load on our system. As an example, okay, so well, this is another one that I saw earlier on. So look at Gray Television, GTN guys. Another earnings plays. This is an all-time low, not quite at well, not even close, I suppose, but GTN, another move down out of this consolidation. Oh, William, I think you told me that you're not in SYNH anymore. I I wanted to take this one a lot earlier, and I don't know what happened. I just lost sight of it. What a fabulous one! I mean, there's from 32 down to 24. But thou shalt not chase. What are we now? Almost getting closer and closer to a lifetime low. Here's your use. Here it is. Q3 results lower and cut revenue guidance. I mean, that's the big one right there, guys. Bad enough you're going to have bad Q3 results, but at least if you say, but you know what, we think we're going to see the light, the end of the tunnel, next earnings or next quarter, or yeah, but they're not saying that at all. Oh, it was in the, yeah. I mean, let's see. It would have been in the pre-market scan for sure. You know, a stock moving down. You know, there's where it closed yesterday, 47. All right. So in the pre-market, it was already down to 36. So yes, it would have been in the pre-market actives down. But then here's the beauty. You know, even you might even say, well, maybe this is a little bit late, but there it is in my 10-day daily breakdown at 28. You know, it didn't meet all the filter requirements until that point, 28, but it still has moved $5 from there, or almost five, well, $4.50 or so. Okay. So it's one of the scans I'm sharing. These two are, you know, this has been very active because we've got tons of earnings plays. And you know what? Most of these earnings plays are down, they're not up. But you would have seen this if you take my pre-market actives down. Absolutely, it would have been there. So again, this is from my, oops. Again, if you go to my home page, click on that home page link. Yeah, I'm gonna show you where it is. Click on the link. Okay. Click here, my scan section. So you would have seen it in the pre-market actives down absolutely 100% for sure. And then here is the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, I have a don't repeat version. This is what the don't repeat looks like. So, you know, look at them all. I mean, normally, I mean, when we're not in earning season, I might get two or three of each. Okay. But we're in earning season and most of these probably are earnings plays. So what the don't repeat, that's what the DR means. So this tells you the very first time that it met all the filter requirements. It tells you the time, price. So let's take a look at CYRX. And this one will tell you every time it keeps making a new low. So you can see CYRX, let's see what it did. 1972, didn't really move. Okay, still at 1983, but maybe it moves later. It's an earnings play. Maybe it moves later. I think DH is an earnings play. Another earnings play. I mean, they're not all catastrophic like the SYNH, okay? But I mean, that's what the beauty of this is, though. You've got to check to see the time, what it and the price. What did it do from there? So again, I'm sharing that. PRVB, sure. Let's see what it looks like. PRVB. Okay, so again, I mean, in theory, this is not, you know, not good. I mean, but in theory, I mean, it's increasing a little bit here. You know, but the way I look at it though is I probably want to see a dramatic increase. Oh, you may want to even have like a 2-minute chart, you know, so you can sort of see that it's increasing. But again, this is not bulletproof. But some will look way more dramatic than others. Here's another one that showed up, the Gray Television at 946, 1073, $10 now. All right, guys, so I'll be taking a break in about 20 minutes or so. So I just want to confirm it'll be Andy in our YouTube room when I do take my break. You see, there's another aspect to this. You see, there is a number on the side here. There's a 1.38. Okay, that's what it's at right now. There may be, and I think this is what Michael's going to have to try to, come up with an idea on this. Is there a number? The lower the number, the bearish. The higher the number, more bullish. But is there some number that if it's 1.38, well, fine, but it should be, below 1.25. And if to have a little more confidence, and maybe on the bullish side, maybe it should be over 2. I don't know any of this, but there are numbers here on the side. See how that popped up here a little bit here. That's on that run, and now it's starting to drift down. Maybe VIAV is starting to give us a short opportunity again. And the answer is yes. So Andy will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. Okay. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. You can head over there and listen to Andy for his hour. Look at this market, guys. I mean, you talk about look how roller coaster. 45 minutes up just before the market opened. Big gap down on that 15. Next hour up. Now this hour down. I mean, this is just very, very difficult to trade things, especially if they're more or less following the market. That's why it's good to see something that maybe is an earnings play that is more or less kind of trading a little bit on its own, or some news, something that has news. Wow, look at Carvana. I didn't really see Carvana, but Carvana is another earnings play. Almost a lifetime low. CVNA, almost a lifetime low. SIGA, let's take a look at SIGA from Real. Current candidate, as in, that's another earnings play. Look at all these earnings plays. One more week like this, guys. Next week, it'll be probably just as exciting. And then after that, the earnings plays will start to dwindle, and then we have to wait another 3 months or 2.5 months. Just one moment, please. Guys, back. So this was an example. Again, I think I will be adding this to my homepage. Okay, the gap continuation or reverse, maybe in both formats. So there's the CVE. Where the heck did we first see it? Gap up and reverse, 947. Oops. Ah, it's because things are happening here. Well, anyway, you can see a gap up and reverse. It's not an earnings play either. It's an energy. It's an energy play, but it's not. It's not. They don't all have to be earnings plays. It's just that most of them seem to be. Ah, look at WBD now. I wanted that one earlier, thinking, but it when it got over 11, I kind of lost sight of it. But again, another all-time low earnings, a little bit like Paramount. I can share it. Yes. Remember, there are four alerts in there. And it's going to be very active, okay, while we're still in earnings plays. I think one of the reasons why I kind of got rid of it for a long time is that once you're at earnings, earnings season, just not going to get too many like really active ones. It's not the number. I don't care if we didn't get a lot, but that are really trending. And we should still see some good trends next week on earnings. Oh, I mean, this market is just crazy. Absolutely, right now, yeah. It'll be wreaking havoc with people trying to, figure out, especially if they're in something that is, well, obviously tracking the market more than some of these plays that, really are kind of trading a little bit more on their own. Tesla news. Let's take a look at Tesla. Is it having a pop of some sort? I don't think so. Well, okay, 11:40. Musk tells conference we never contemplated investing in Glencore. Okay, that was, I don't know. There is some news coming out, but on 11:10, 11:13, 11:38. So I don't know if that's the reason or not. Wow, GTN now underneath 10, guys. GTN underneath 10. This market is just, I mean, you're so many of these companies. Now, that's not quite near an all-time low, but wow, look at these drops, 26%. So what Real is posting here, I'm assuming are fib levels, okay, for the SIGA if you're going to take this short. No, look at this one, Lung. Now this is now coming out of a consolidation, lifetime low, starting to move down. Lung, another lifetime low. Ah, I'm not in this one. GTN, not in it. Boy. There's Etsy again, guys. ETSY, but it's very in tune with what the market's doing. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, what type of race windows do I have? I've got the biggest gainers from the open percent and large cap gainers from the open percent. I should have the a short version of this up and running, but you can have these two. Those are the two races I've got running. But with the market doing what it's doing, probably not going to get too much out of any one of these. What's rum doing though? Yeah, rum is hanging in there, but these are two I'm sharing. You go to my homepage and oops, wrong. Go to my homepage and you can go to the scan section and you'll see them. But remember, you should go to the guide also and understand what the races are all about. Races are always starting off from a top list window. Okay, always. And this is the top list window. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the minimum volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from the close, okay? If these filter values are met, this race will find the stocks that are moving the most, from when the race started. I'm running 4-minute races. This race has another 20 seconds to complete. Peekaboo right there, PKBO, okay? When this race started, almost 4 minutes ago, has moved the most so far, 3.21%. But you can see what happens if it drops a bit, or another one can take over. And then at the end of the race, one will be declared the winner. So JUPW eked out a victory over PKBO. But that's the whole idea of the racing. And you can construct, of course, your own filters, but this is what I'm looking for here. So again, if these filter values are met, when a race starts, you'll start to see stocks moving up and down, jockeying for position, who's going to be, on top. Okay, that's the whole idea of the races. And then this one is just, you will not see stocks quite as volatile, because these are what I added. I added a filter in here, cut two filters, minimum 500 million market cap and a minimum of 50 million in the float. So you're not going to see stocks that are quite as active, as volatile here, just because of the market cap I put in and the minimum float that I put in. So those are the two races I'm running. But I'll be honest, I mean, you know, these small cap, I mean, we're not in small cap. I mean, you might get the odd one, but we're just not in that market right now. And of course, even on the upside, it's a lot of doom and gloom still in effect. I know people always say to us, do you have any good swing strategies? Well, I'm not much of a swing trader at the best of times, but I have no idea how anybody is swing trading right now. I'm not saying there's nothing out there, but boy. So those are the two races I'm running, and you should go to the guide, okay? When you click on my link and go to the guide or the education section, and then click on the guide and really understand what the races are all about, okay? Because you can construct your own race. It always starts from a top list window. You can have your own filters, your own price range you like, maybe a different minimum volume, all that sort of stuff. Almost X'd it out. Good thing I didn't. Yeah, so Lamnath, it's not available yet, okay? But I'm, warming up to the idea of adding it. But anyway, it's called TI, but you don't have it, okay? You don't have it, but it's called TI pattern recognition. Michael's even thinking of changing the name though, but that's what it's called. But you don't have it. So if you right click and you click on indicators, you don't have it. I didn't get back into the Etsy. You know, I mean, I did not get back into it, but it is definitely just following the market right now. Ooh, I gotta make sure I unmute or YouTube so I can hear Andy when he shows up. Okay, guys, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the YouTube link in. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so I'm just going to put the YouTube link in now so that when you take my break, you can head over to listen to Andy for an hour. He'll be there between 12 and 1. And I'll put my announcement in. He's not there yet, but I'll put my announcement in to get set for it. All right, there's that peekaboo. Well, you see, somebody asked earlier, where could you take it? Now, highly risky, right? But look what it did. It did hold the VWAP a couple of times. The VWAP's at 754. So it did hold the VWAP a couple of times. That could have been, you know, a bit of a gauge for you. But, you know, very risky. And now we got this one moving on the way down. See, look at that histogram. See how you can just sort of see we had all this sort of bullish, in theory, bullish candle patterns right here. And then not so much. And now it's starting to drop. Well, somebody said Carvana could see single digits. There is Mr. Andy. Hello, Andy.
Mr. Barry, how are you, buddy?
I'm okay. I'm okay. You enjoying
right.
this schizo market?
Yeah, it is a schizo market, man.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Probably one of the more schizo days that I've seen, you know, that 45 minutes before the market opened, I had that nice move, opening candle, huge,
yeah.
wiping all those gains out. And then the next hour on the way up. And then now look at it. So it's
I
just,
know. I totally get it. Hold on, let me see why I don't have the share option down here. Let's see.
okay.
Let me click
Present.
on.
Click on present.
There we go. Thank you. I was looking for share.
Ah, yes.
Okay, now
They
it's
changed
giving.
that a while ago.
They have
About
now.
three weeks ago or so, and I did the same thing. I was trying to find the share. I said, "Oh man, I don't know this program well enough. Like, where is it?" And I don't know what possessed me to click on present, and I did, and there it was.
Okay, and they've kind of choose what to. They kind of changed the share thing. It used to have the. Gosh dang it. Let me see. I
Don't you
guess
just have share like when I?
StreamYard. Yeah, there we go. I got it. Well,
Okay,
they switched it up a little bit. Just let me know
okay,
when you if you got it.
I see it.
All right.
I see
Great.
something anyway.
Yeah. Well, you know me and my China stocks.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I actually went home a lot of China stocks, and I had a very nice big fat gap, and still doing well, but was doing a lot better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and here's and you know why it gapped up. I mean, you know all this thing with the shutdown.
Oh,
Are we going to
of
shut down?
course.
Are we going to? Yeah. So the news comes out this morning. Rumors meaning
Oh yeah.
saying that maybe they're not going to shut down until March 30th or whatever that date was. But you know what can happen? And you know,
Oh
well,
sure.
no, rumor unfounded. We're still going to stick to that shutdown. I mean,
Hmm.
what a game!
Yeah. It is. It's a brutal game, but
If I
yeah, I
were
had some.
party officials, I'd be
What's
just
that?
saying, okay, if I were party officials in China, you know what I'd be doing? I'd be buying all these stocks and then make the announcement.
Well, that's what. Yeah.
And
Exactly.
I mean, why
Exactly.
not? You don't think that happens? Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, the good thing about it is you don't have to risk a whole lot when you play with, kind of small size. I didn't have big, huge size, and you get a nice big fat
Yeah.
gap up. Anyway, I was kind of anticipating because I was noticing stocks like Lee just going into last night.
Yeah.
Remember, our markets were selling off pretty strong. Look at this volume bar on this day, and that I don't know. This is a day that was just brutal. That was our Fed announcement day, and yet this Lee traded up uh, in our markets pretty strong. But yeah, no
And
fun.
actually, Lee traded up, and XPAV and NIO really didn't follow. Lee was kind of doing it
Exactly.
on its own, which is
Well,
kind of interesting.
exactly. And yeah, and I held both. But and I'm still sticking. I did scalp some out, but uh, anyway, I'm not gonna
Okay.
complain. It's been a good day. Yeah, you take a break.
I
Uh,
will. Are you good to one?
I do have a car salesman coming over here. So yeah, I will need to leave at not early, but maybe if you can come back 5 minutes before or something, just in
Oh, yeah,
case he
no
shows up
problem.
early. Yeah,
No problem.
buying a car and he's delivering it out here, and we got to do the
Oh,
paperwork. So
nice.
yeah, it's
Nice.
for my daughter. Yeah, she's
Okay.
getting that age. So
Oh, yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Now you can really start to worry.
yes, exactly,
Oh, I shouldn't
exactly.
say that. I shouldn't say. I'm sorry.
Well, no, it's the truth. So
It is the truth. Okay. All right, Andy.
all right, man.
I'll definitely make sure I'm in probably 5 to 10 before. Okay.
Okay, buddy. Take care.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Oh, hey guys, how's it going? Hi, Jonathan. No, 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 not a Lambo. It's actually a used Volvo S60. I like Volvos. They're pretty darn safe cars, So I'm gonna put her in something that has a lot of good features, you know. Yeah, yeah, it is a nice safe car. It's got the blind side when somebody comes up next to you, the sensor that lets you know with the light that somebody's coming up next to you, backup cameras, and it's fully loaded with, you know. But it is used, but they're I've had a couple of uh, 60s XC60s. They're very safe cars. Well, it looks like I finally got stopped out of the rest of my Netflix today. Was doing well, thought it may hold the moving averages, but got stopped out. It's gone, so I can just go ahead. It's been a nice trade, but when they're done, they're done. I'm liking this Lou. This is one of the ones I was in yesterday and got stopped out. Bought it back again this morning, uh, but it's kind of a China play. Look at this beaten up thing, but uh, I don't know. I don't know. This market could just flip everything around and take it down. Let's see. My Under Armour, I sold some of it this morning. Good thing. That's one thing I've noticed, boy. When you get any sort of move at all, just take your profits. Take some off. Oh, am I not showing my screen, guys? Can you guys not see my screen? My screen is not right. Okay, let me try again. What's it doing? Showing the wrong they present, share screen. Hmm. Why don't you just have desktop? I don't understand why it's offering me all the entire screen. Screen one. There we go. They like I said, they switched it up. I don't know why they offered. How is that? Is that better? Is that working now? Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, now it's actually starting to bleed over in some of my China stocks. Bear with me just a moment. I just got to make sure that my stop in that Netflix went off. I'm sure it was the bottom too, but that's just the way it goes. You got to put a stop in somewhere when these things are falling apart on you. And yep, it's gone. Put an alert right there so I can sell some if it gets there to the moving average, which is not far from there. All right, guys. Yeah, it's a tough market. It is a bear market, and there's nothing we could do about it. Spies looks like they're trying to get below their last moving average 20. Had a little pop today with the weakness in the dollar. That's what's surprising me is the dollar is still weak today, down on the day, and I thought maybe the market could hold up a little better, and it may get a little bounce here, but let me see which is holding up the best. This DQ has been a lagger. I bought a little bit yesterday, and I bought some today on a pullback, but it's China solar company. Let's see if you can't dig in here. All right, you guys. If you have any questions, anything you want to ask, this is the place to do it. This is the uh, webinar that we have every day from 12 Eastern to 1 o'clock. So if you do have any questions, you want to see any sort of configurations being worked out or something like that, let me know. We can dive into it. Yep, I guarantee you that's probably the bottom in that thing. But oh well, you got to draw the line somewhere. That's okay. I have a lot of stocks that are working. So Neo's trying to go back to highs. Gonna add a little bit of this soul down here. All right. Think it's in time for a pullback in GDX. Well, it's below its moving average. But you know what? I would keep an eye on the dollar. It's basically going to run opposite of whatever the dollar's doing. So you could use the UUP, and then if the UUP rolls back over, right now it's pinched right in no man's land. It's right. It bounced off the 50, hit the. Uh, I'm not seeing that hitting the 20 today. I'm not sure where that top tick comes from. But anyway, it's sitting right in no man's land. So I would focus on the dollar if I'm looking to fade, the GDX. If the dollar bounces here and goes to highs, that could be a good call. But I have no idea because it's kind of right in the middle of its range in no man's land. See, Jonathan, I'm not sure what you're talking about there for today. Obviously, it has changed from the open. What time frame would you look at for a confirmed reversal? Are you talking about the market? I'm assuming. What I would typically do is, Jonathan, is watch this. You basically went all the way down to flat in the spies in no man's land. What I would look for is a bar reversal on a 15-minute time frame. Um, and see, like if we put in like a doji bar right here in the next bar, it takes out that high of this one. That's a possible, possibility for a reversal there. Yeah, Lou, come on, get back up there. Ian says, Andy, are you open to sharing your trading journal? How you got started, how you got to be consistent, profitable, and how you found your strategies? Yes, I can, Ian. It's an interesting story too. I started back in, let's see, was it around 97? Uh, day trading. I went to a trading floor. That's where I met Steve. We met. He started about 1 month before I did. That's where I met Dan too, and Brad. So a lot of us got started together on a trading floor, and my journey was very interesting. Okay, so I started. Let's see, started with about I think 40,000. Put it in there. Man, cutting my teeth. We did back then, we didn't have trade ideas. We didn't have all these neat little tools. We just kind of learned to trade individual stocks, and after about 8 months, I got my account all the way down to like 8,000, and I felt like I was making headway, but it was a tough market, and for whatever reason, I just I was getting slowly better, but I was losing. In the meantime, probably playing too much size during the early time, but nonetheless, uh, I came to the realization that, hey, what's my worst case scenario? I felt like I was too afraid, too much fear, and I've said, what's my worst case scenario? The worst case scenario is I blow, 40 grand. I have to put back on my suit, go back to work into the workforce. okay, that's so be it. Worser things can happen. I was young enough to where I could, still, get a decent job. And so when I took that attitude, I kind of I lost my fear, and it was really interesting. And uh, from that moment on, it just reversed. It's amazing. I mean, it was just I lost my fear. We had a more favorable market then. That kind of helped. Um, but uh, nonetheless, I think it was just losing that fear and just accepting the fact that, hey, if I don't make it, I'll just have to go to work. There's your spy reversal that you're looking for there. Um, so anyway, after that point, yeah, it turned around. It turned around, and geez, yeah, I think I made like 300K the next year after that 8 months. It was just night and day difference. And then there was some ups and downs, and I don't want to say it wasn't easy back then, but it was easier because we didn't have all these high frequency traders. There's Steve. Yeah, Steve's right. Took about 6 months to get a kind of an edge. The thing about it is with trade ideas, with the software like trade ideas, you can you can uh, cut that learning curve probably in half. It took me, like I said, 8 months, and shoot, with trade ideas, and if you work hard. Here's the idea: you have to treat it like a business. In other words, there's people that want to come in, trade for 2 hours, looking for fast money, and then go leave. My whole first year, I did nothing even for 7 hours a day. I was sitting there, staring at at stocks, at learning technical analysis, uh, just watching the market, absorbing it. Just it's kind of it's kind of like those 3D puzzles that you stare at and you can't figure out what it is, and then you just kind of get lost in it, and then all of a sudden it just comes to you. The market can be that way. Once you just kind of absorb yourself in it and kind of just continue to look at charts and look at stocks and their personalities, and you start to get a good feel for a gut feel for what may happen next. It's kind of like these China plays, that I were in. You start to learn, like, hey, these things have been beaten up. Like I mentioned, this Lee. Well, I noticed this action the other day. It's like, whoa, look at this volume. The market was down 2.5% this day, our markets, but yet Lee finished up on the day on really good volume. So you start to pick up on things like that. And now, I will say this: when high frequency trading came around 2007, very strange because we didn't get know what was going on at first. You just notice that, like, the level two and spoofing and all these things going on in the level two window, and your feels were terrible. People were backing away. It's like, uh-oh, something has changed. So you really didn't have that edge. When Steve and I first started, we were the fast ones, but we were no longer the fast ones. The high frequency traders came in, and they were the ones, with the edge. So you had to adapt and, kind of change your style. If you were used to, scalping really quick, you had to pull back your size and look for longer moves. And eventually, after about 17 years of day trading, I decided to move into swing trading. Steve and I got into distressed assets and mortgage notes and things like that. So I started swing trading, and haven't looked back. I'll do a day trade every now and then, but uh, for the most part, yeah, I'm a swing trader now. But once you turn the corner, and that's just it. Too many people come in thinking it's fast money, and they'll go out into a profession and spend years educating themselves on that profession, but they won't come in and spend 4 or 5 months educating themselves on trading. And that's the sad truth. And so many more people could do it if they would just focus, take the time. Uh, because the beautiful thing about cutting your teeth and trading is you can do it with very small size and keep your losses at a minimum. That's the key. Too many people want to come in and start trading big right off the bat, and it's really really tough. Yeah, it takes time, especially if you don't understand, candlestick charting. You want to know that before you even put any size on it all. You have to understand charting, and there's some really good. You can find all this stuff on the internet too, and there's a really good book out there called. Let me just Google it, show you. Yeah, this guy right here, Steve Neeson. Uh, is a really, really it's kind of it's been in the Bible over the years. A lot of people have used this, and it's just a great book on uh, basic. It doesn't get too deep and too fancy into all these different exotic, technical patterns. It keeps it pretty basic, and yeah, I would highly recommend this book if you're not good at candlestick charting. Spend some time in it and just kind of give you the basis of good techniques. Okay, this DQ has a personality, and I may have to add some more of this. This is, I think, the premier, solar company in China. And let's face it, if you look at some of the solars over here and what they've been doing, all you got to do is take a look at First Solar. Um, so if China does bounce, I think this one uh, can have a nice move. It's got to get above these moving averages and stay though. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Ian. No, no, and I love sharing, what wisdom I do have. Uh, and I think a lot of people, they come into the market wanting to day trade, and day trading is really hard. And you'd be surprised how much you can make doing what Steve and I used to do called swing scalp, and we still do it. You look for these setups, and you're quick to take profits. I mean, it's like I had some really good positions in Lee, but I've already taken some of that off. Um, XPAB, have taken a big chunk of that off, but still have enough to where if it continues to go. Um, Now, I'm not encouraging people to trade China stocks. They're definitely a different animal, but you can find a lot of bullish setups, that are strong, and the whole key is finding those setups, not just chasing green bars, because you find those setups and then you can get that good pop for like 2 or 3 days and be out of it, and in many cases make 15 or 20%, uh, instead of sitting there trying to make 25 cents day trading. Find those setups where you can make you know 20 or 10 or $15 move over 2 or 3 days. Or I should probably do it in percentage, maybe a 20 to 30% move versus taking a 1% move intraday. Because how many times have you you've been in a stock, you gotten out, and only to see it 3 days later going, oh my gosh, look where that thing went. And it doesn't require that much capital. You get 2 to 1 overnight. I mean, you obviously got to be careful and, you know, holding overnight positions, especially kind of in this market. But Yeah, I'm gonna be pissed. It's not going anywhere. I'll probably still have a chance. Let's take a look at the China Watcher, see if there's any opportunity out there. You can see a lot of these are up so much. QFIN's having a nice move there. Hmm. Had a good move this morning. I'll put alert right there just in case it wants to go back through high that level right there. It may want to look at freaking Momo. That's a really hard one to trade, but gosh, if you can break through that level right there. I bought this CAS this morning, probably very little bought, but only done 17,000 shares a day. But it had look at this huge move it have, and it's kind of just been going sideways over. And I thought maybe this may get a push this morning with the China stocks. If it does get above that 430 level, could have it's only has about 10 million in the float, but it was kind of a reach. I bought it actually in pre-market, thinking that not too much size, so yeah, it's awful. Yep, Steve's right. You make trading mistakes cheap when starting. Yep, that's right, Patrick. Yeah, you can have smaller training wheels, and you can probably take those training wheels off a lot quicker when you have something like trade ideas. You see the GDX getting a little. Somebody was mentioning that GDX, fading it, but look what happened is the dollar's kind of starting to roll back over. So that's your bogey right there. You got to watch the dollar. And right now, if you look at the daily here, it's just kind of right in no man's land. What do I think of Den? No, Denny's. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, it's like it had earnings on post market on this day. Had a nice little move. Yeah, that doesn't look bad at all. Uh, it's a Friday, and we're getting towards the afternoon. What I do is just that you got like a double wick high right there. Maybe just put a price alert. I don't know if you're in it or not, but that would be interesting if it took out that high right there, those two wicks. Yeah, if this rolls over and goes too low, I want to know about it because I'm probably just going to get out of the rest of my position in that one. Glad I scalped out half of it. All right, let's see. I created a scan based on TI pivot points, R2 and near pivot points. However, the scan doesn't show where the pivot point is. Any chance I'm missing an indicator? Uh, Jonathan, probably the best Best thing to do there, and I'm gonna drop, you probably know our email, but if anybody else has any like questions like on configurations and things like that, sometimes we've got to take a look at it. But if you want to drop your scan, and info at trade-ideas.com, we'll take a look at it. It's probably something I need to, I don't use a lot of those pivot points, uh, but one of us will definitely take a look at it and see what we can do for you. Well, Steve has an idea there by dropping those into your single stock window. Just sold dust 3 seconds before you mentioned it. Ian, what type of trader are you? Are you a swing trader? You a day trader? You're okay. You're a day trader. Yeah, I don't know if you trade, small caps, low float stocks, or something like that. I did a webinar yesterday, and I spoke about. Uh, Hold on, just 1 second. If you're having a hard time, play what's working, what's strong. Okay. Uh, and one of the windows I built is above all moving averages. All right, and these are stocks that are above all their daily moving averages. Okay, the problem, a lot of day traders, they'll just trade stocks because they're moving. They see a candle going up and they just jump in. But the daily is more important to me. What's happening in the daily versus the intraday, because the daily is going to show, I think the true technicals is where a stock could possibly be going, where it this BTU, what an ugly one that was yesterday. Now it's coming back. But if you look at all these stocks in this race right here, you're going to see one thing they all have in common. They're all above their moving averages. Now, this DVAX, okay, uh, let's see if this thing came in this morning. Let me just do a replay mode real quick, going back to this morning. And what I like to look about, I like to look around about 20 to 30 minutes after the market's open. Let's see when this DVAX came in here. There it is. Okay, I'm gonna stop it right here. Okay, so this was about 25 minutes into the market when it came in. It's trading at 12.13. So if you would have seen this, you would have seen this stock that is strong. Now, what I like, a lot of people like coming in the morning, they want to chase that first 15-minute bar. But for me, you get a lot of head fakes, a lot of stocks that just take off, and put up this incredible bar in the first 15 minutes. And a lot of people uh, confuse that with being strength. And a lot of times it can be strength, but in most cases, it's just a kind of a bull trap, where they're shooting things up, and you see a lot of those put in one green bar and they sell off all day. But when you see them 30 minutes after the bar, the market's open, in this case, maybe, 20 minutes, it's doing good volume, relative volume, almost three. And not only that, look at the daily where it just broke through right here. As a matter of fact, you can see my alert went off on this morning, but I had so many China stocks I was watching. But look at that breakout right there. Okay. So try focusing on the daily. So this DVAX was a great example. If you had something up showing you, stocks that are above all their major moving averages, and even though this stock is nowhere near its 52-week high, as a matter of fact, it's closer to its 52-week low, but doesn't matter. Look at this range it was breaking out. Okay, so you had that accompanied with volume. This is the kind of stuff I look for. Look at the daily, see if it's breaking out of a range, and this would have been a great example. If had I seen this, I would have been all over it this morning. But like I said, I came in with a lot of China stocks. I really had to kind of watch those and not look for opportunity. But let's check it. Let's check the other ones in here. That one wasn't no good. But look here, if you waited till 30 minutes after the open, okay, even though it was strong, it never even got near its high right there. Okay. After that, it's just been selling off, all day. Now this one had a little bit of meat on that bone. Not bad, but once again, the daily's kind of not really clean breakout like that other one. Oh, that's one that's actually kind of a big gap there, but one that has potential. Should it pop above this level right here? Another one, same thing. Of course, keep in mind the market we have, right, guy? It is a Friday, all right? It is kind of a very sloppy market. We already looked at BTU. That wasn't a bad one, gap up. Uh, Looks like it may want to go. It filled the gap there, though. But anyway, you had a little bit of move after that. But the point I'm making is Starbucks. I don't like those. DVAX is probably the best one in there. Had I seen that, not a bad one there. Okay, did take out that high, moved up another 30 cents, but running into congestion over here. Going back to that day, but keep in mind it's a Friday. Market is very sloppy lately, but the point being is if you focus on strong stocks and stocks that are, you know, find out what they're doing on the daily. We can do the same thing with if you're trading some of these, intraday moves. Beautiful one right here. Look at this. What happened here on the daily? It's doing 5 relative volume, and that break above that 12 or that 200 period moving average on huge volume. Yeah, this is kind. You did have some congestion back over here, but once it popped through there, and even through here, even if you waited to pop through there, you're still, excuse me, you're still up another $2 almost in that trade. Uh, yeah, that one's kind of messy. This one looks like it wants to go to 30. But what I'm saying is focus on the daily and look at where a stock, might go. There's no really resistance for this thing right now. There's a good chance, although the market looks like it wants to roll over and go to lows, that this is actually a bearish ETF though. Hmm. There's a lot of sloppy stuff today. And don't feel like when you get into a market like this, don't feel like you have to trade all the time. But what I'm saying is, you want to keep it simple. Focus on strong stocks, and I'll share this with you if you want to take a look at it. Uh, let's see, above all major moving averages. I'll just share the race with you. There you go. Yeah, market wants to roll over and go to lows now. Oh, you're welcome, Ian. How do we see stocks above? Well, I can show you this one. Here's the above all moving averages top list. Let me just go ahead and load this first. And you'll see there are tons of stocks that are exhibiting, strength today. Now, a lot of these gapped up. You got to be careful with them. But what I like to do on something like this is look for opportunity. Buy, for me, a swing trader, I'll do a reverse on this five position and 5 day range, and I'll look for stocks that are pulling back, maybe to some key moving averages. Like this right here. It's close. Look at how it's holding the 10 period moving average. Well, it just pulled back there. This could be an incredible entry. Of course, once again, market looks like it wants to roll over and go to lows. Not something I'd probably, take right now. But this is how a lot of times I'll find entry stocks. This ATNM. I would like to know what's going to happen when it gets down here to the 10 period moving average. Let's put alert there right above 11. See if it hits it at any time. There's that Denny's somebody was asking about. See how these things are, you had a nice move and now they're pulling back and then you got the 10 period moving average coming up. This is a lot of times, instead of chasing it up here and, buying it up here, hey, I'm going to wait for especially in this market. So many times when they get these, uh, you know, bearish moves in the overall market, you can get these really good stocks coming down to levels where they would be a great buying opportunity. Anyway, I'll share this with you guys and you can play around with it as well. Oh gosh, I didn't mean to load it again. You're welcome, Peter. And I'll just put above moving average top list. All right, let me see how my China stocks are holding up as the market tries to roll over to lows here. CAS is just doing no volume. DQ's hanging in there. That one I've already scalped out of, like, I think most of that. These holding up. Who's holding up? Neo's looking like it wants to go to highs. All right, let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh yeah, I remember there used to be a time Jonathan, that I didn't like to hold. I think it was Jonathan. Hold on. No, it's Ian that I didn't like to hold overnight as well. Yeah, this is a market where if you're good at it, day trading, can probably be a lot more, profitable. But there's still opportunity to be had with swing trading. And the thing about it is, in this kind of market, you don't have to hold a whole lot because you do get some really good moves. Let's take a look at the overall markets. And yeah, just you just got to be careful, and you got to be, when you get those moves like this and you're in a stock, just bang some out, because I tell you, uh, just hold on a little bit longer, and then you're gonna get these kind of moves to follow. And we've been seeing this pattern ever since the beginning of the year. So if you are playing the long side, be sure you take profits. Qs look a lot worse. And I got an alert down there. I really looks like to me it's going to go test this 254 level in the Qs. It's not maybe not today, but maybe early next week, or maybe it will today. You're welcome, Ian. Uh, yes, Mike. See, I did. Let me pull one up for this is actually optimized. Let me show you this bounce below 50. For those of you guys who like to short, I'm going to load this up and we're going to take a look at it. And what this is optimized, and what it's looking at is for stocks that are hitting a new low. Okay, they have to be in the upper portion of their 5-day range. So in other words, they've had a bounce, but they're weak. And how do I know they're weak? Because they have to be below their 10 period. I'm sorry, their uh uh sorry, the 50-day moving average. Okay. And here is, man, this thing back tested incredible when I did a optimization based on position in 20-day range. Stocks in the lower 40% of their 20-day range, man, this thing was golden. And you know what? I'll take that out here and show you what I'm talking about. Let's take this out. This will be a really good thing to end on for those that didn't make the webinar yesterday. And we will optimize it. We'll back test the strategy. And the window is like a 2-hour window from 9:30 to 11:30. And it's basically a 3-day hold, but you get out on the market open on that third day. Risk management is 3%. So if the stock keeps going 3% against you, it will exit the trade. And nothing there. So we'll simulate sell. Because guys, if anybody been watching my webinars over the years, you'll know how much I love position and range filters. So this had a profit factor of 1.61. Okay. And a lot of times when I'm thinking of what can improve the optimization, I'm just thinking in my head, I'm picturing a chart and I'm thinking, well, you know what? In the 20-day range, I don't know if I want to be shorting things that are in the upper, portion, especially near highs of the 20-day high. That means maybe something is going on. This stock is holding up well, even though it's below the 50, and even though it's doing a bar reversal to the downside. This thing is exhibiting too much strength. So what I wanted to do was optimize based upon the 20-day range. And you're gonna blow your mind when you see this. So I went to 20-day range, position in 20-day range. Okay. And I put a 5%. Look at that. Look at that. Look at all these stocks that are in the lower part of their 20-day range. Look how much it changes once it gets above that 40% level. It turns to crap. So what I did is just made this the max. So that goes into the max column. So now we're going to be shorting things in the lower portion of their 20-day range. And of course, all of our other filters are going to be in there as well. So let me show you the difference just by using this one filter. Look at that. Went from 1.61 to 2.78. Look at the winning percentage, almost jumped up 10 points. And of course, the average winner versus average loser. The average winner went up and the average loser went down. So it's a very good short selling strategy for those that don't mind getting short. See, here's the thing: in a bull market, this reverse of this pattern Works out. I used to use it all the time. It was part of my default layout. It's just it's a beautiful pattern. And so what I'll do is I will share this. Now, keep this in the back of your mind, and when the market does turn around, could be a while, but this can be a very and trust me, I'll be building one as well. But let me go ahead and share that for those that don't mind short selling. And there you go. You're welcome, Mike. Mike C. Let's take a look at now if any stocks that may have come through today. This works better when you've had a little bounce in the market, though. Maybe a 2 or 3 day bounce, but we'll see if anything's in there. INSM is in there, and yeah. Hey, Barry.
Etsy, Etsy, Etsy.
Etsy. What's going on with Etsy?
Now take a look. ETSY had earnings yesterday.
Oh,
Shocked me because I actually thought it would really fade,
yeah.
but
It
it
didn't.
was super strong all day long.
Huh.
But today it's day of reckoning, I think.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yep.
So listen, if you want to take off, you can. He told me about 12:55. That's Eastern time, of course. But
Yeah.
you want to take
Yeah.
off,
That
that's
that'd be
fine.
yeah that'd be great, Barry, because he's going to show up any minute, and we're going to do the paperwork and all that. So,
All right.
yeah.
Get a good deal?
No. And I'm an old car guy too, but you know what? With inflation, everything's kind of high right now. But
All right.
oh well, it's a good car. It's
As long
not
as your
that bad of a
daughter
deal.
enjoys it.
No, yeah, of course. All right,
Okay, I'll
Barry.
take
You have a
over.
great weekend. Everybody
You
have a
too,
great weekend
Andy.
out there. Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, I've taken over the YouTube stream and now I'm back in both rooms for my message. Yeah, I had a bit of an issue. That's an issue that I've had before when I do a multiple deletes on my price alerts. You saw what happened, a cascading series of errors. In the past, I could just click on them and that would be it, but there's no way to get rid of them. I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas. So anyway, so what the only issue now, why I don't like to have to do that, I know I could do a history, but now I can't see all those previous ones. Ah, look at lung. I wanted lung just under 5. Look at lung. Look at lung. Holy smokes. Another all-time low. Earnings play. Now, not for everybody. I know Real said he would never trade this, but this PKBO. So look how it held the VWAP. We mentioned that one earlier. Held the VWAP, but it's getting quite a bit of ways from the VWAP right now. But of course, this one is could do the crazy. It got up to 1078 yesterday. This is the or not yesterday, the day before. So we're Friday, so Thursday, Wednesday. Became PKBO on Wednesday. It emerged from its SPAC and it became PKBO. Big drop yesterday. I mean, look at this. Imagine if you had bought this thinking, all right, 1085 drops down to 380. Well, actually, even during the day, that day dropped down to 688. Then yesterday gets down to and closes at 378, but having a resurgence. But again, very risky. Oh, if I were, I can't imagine trying to be a swing trader, Jeff. Yeah, I can't imagine it. I mean, I'm not a swing trader in the best of markets, but this to me is almost impossible. I'm not saying there's nothing out there, but boy, oh boy, because we get the question all the time. I need a scan that's going to show me some good swing trades. I mean, you can take a look at the strength alerts, I suppose. Those are stocks that in theory have good fundamentals and good technicals, but there's still no guarantee. Well, if you had shares to short it, yeah. But I don't know. I mean, maybe I know what you're looking at. Maybe, and also at the histogram, I mean, it's fading. Um, and maybe a reversion down to the VWAP. But I'll give it this. I mean, the spread is tightened up, only 4 cents. Trend is still up, still holding the 80 MA and the 10 SMA. But I don't think many people have shorts available for this one. How do I add the AI to my layout again? Okay, Bats, welcome back, by the way. Just click on from the toolbar, click on New, okay, and then click on Premium AI Strategy Trades window, okay? First of all, can you hear me and can you see what I'm doing? Okay, so click on that. When you do that, whoops, yeah, this is the window that will pop up. And now just when you save your layout, just save it as part of your layout. Okay. Not that it's, I mean, it had one NGM, actually not a bad one, NGM or NGM. Yeah, it must be a gold play. No, it's not a gold play, actually. Interesting. Didn't really see this one. This is actually an earnings play. It's a little bio earnings play. Well, look at that PRVB. I think somebody was asking earlier. This was shortable too. Oh yeah, lots of shares. I don't know why I just completely lost sight of this one. 2.7 million at Interactive Brokers. I mean, man, once it broke through that VWAP, it is not easy tracking everything exactly. Well, you know what happens? People say to me, "What about this one?" And I take a look at it. I go, "Yeah, that's interesting." And my mistake was not creating a price alert. I should have created some kind of a price alert under $8, and then at least I would have known about it. Yeah, I mean, there are pros, not that this is an earnings play. Well, this was an earnings play yesterday, but there are pros and cons to having so many earnings plays. You've got so many different things to look at. I'll take that though. I mean, I just love earnings this week and next week, and maybe a little bit more the week after next. I don't know how many stocks because it makes it. It certainly doesn't. It makes it not boring. How's that? Makes it not boring. Here goes the PKBO guys. So the high yesterday, I mean, it's still, I know traders are looking at that high of 1081. I think it's going to get there. Excuse me, just a minute. Yes. Okay, guys. Well, again, I can't tell you to take the trade. And, but man, oh man, look at this thing now. And now, if you took this trade, just be aware of that high of yesterday. At least I kept on that one, blue collar. Now, aren't you glad you didn't have shorts available? Ha ha ha. There you go. But guys, if you took this trade, you've got to manage it. In other words, you've got to trade some out. You cannot expect this is going to hold necessarily. I mean, there is the bit of the magnet, yesterday's high, but don't assume it's going to get anywhere close to it. But if you've taken this trade, in that 930 level, 940, sorry, between 920 and 930. Remember what I was saying just before? I said the spread is tightened. And that is what kind of said to me, okay. Now, even though this histogram is telling me that I could keep in this trade, and but again, you have to always look at each trade individually, because this is such a risky thing. So, I mean, I've taken most out, to be honest, because I mean, it's got up to what, 1040. So that almost got up to yesterday's high. Well, not quite, 930, 1030, 1079. Meanwhile, DraftKings continues its descent to nothingness. Did you see somebody asked about the CVNA while I was on break, and I actually popped up the oh, look at this. Talk about, I can't remember who said this is going to be single digits, but somebody said this would probably be single digits. This is when it was probably around in the 11 mark, single digits now. And what did Morgan Stanley put a bearish price target of a dime on this? That was you, Casa? Okay. Put a dime. The absolute devastation of some of these companies. Who are you talking to, Ian? I see at CRH underscore 55. Who are you talking to? I don't see that person in the YouTube room. Who are you actually talking to? And we have a halt, Vina. So this is a SPAC, guys. So what are they saying? Is there any news that have they decided who they're? Yeah, here we go. Well, that was on October. So they've approved the VIWI deal. So does that mean? Do we have any idea when it will start trading as maybe VIWI? See if there's any clue on that. Just because they've approved it. So maybe it's getting closer to starting to trade as whatever the new symbol is going to be. Maybe that's the idea. Again, highly risky, highly risky. But look what's happening here. 1288, 1288, 1209 is the halt. I don't see a CRH underscore 55, but that's okay. Maybe Well, let's see where this is going. Oh man, this is gonna probably explode for a while anyway. 13. So again, this blue window you see here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas. This is something from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have to have something the same. This is just time and sales. Wow, look at this, guys. If this holds, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt. You can't see the symbol here, but it is VENA, VENA, and there's the halt. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it will open at 110 plus 22 seconds. So that'll be about 3 minutes from now, if it is a 5-minute halt. And what's happening here now, you can see how this is the potential for the open. Okay, now you saw how it was up to 15 before. I mean, this is going to float around. There's no guarantee it's going to open at any of these numbers, but as it gets closer to when it might open, I'll pop that up. Wow, and now look at the PKBO, guys. Now look at the PKBO. Why you have got to never, ever turn away from your computer when you're in one of these. Okay, never, 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 never. You can't expect, oh, well, it's over 10. I guess it's going to hold 10 for a while. You should hold it for 5 minutes, right? Let me go downstairs, do something, and come back up. And you come back to this, and it's halted on the way down. That's why I'm saying highly risky. Jorn, greetings. I haven't seen you for a while. See, now blue collar, if you'd had, if you had had shorts available. Yeah, I wish Zap were here. I don't know. Probably there are not too many that have shorts available for that one for PKBO, just because it's only the third day it's been trading. Oh gosh. Again, I can't, in all good faith. I mean, I've got to point this out, the HUDI, only because it showed up on the volatile. Sorry, the halt scan. Okay, so there it is, HUDI. Okay, so if this is going to be a 5-minute halt for the Vena, this will open in about 20 seconds, a little less than 20 seconds. Okay, so I'll keep it up here. I'm going to show you, this is at 1313. We'll see how close it is. And then we get the anticlimactic reaction when it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Okay, so this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. So typically then, if it's not 5 minutes, it'll be a multiple of 5, which means 10. People who got in this like before the halt are just very ticked off. The reason being, of course, is that you never know what's going to happen over the next 4 minutes. Hmm. What do you mean, Teddy? What happened? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. What do you mean, what happened? Really? RBLX, after very few companies release on a Friday afternoon or Friday after the market closes. Very few. Are you sure? RBLX, are you sure, Phil? We have here November 9th, so are you sure? I mean, very few companies release after hours on a Monday, on a Friday. Really? Okay, so the 7th, we're only the 4th, right? Unless I'm wrong. Okay, so when I read that, has earnings after the market close, I assumed you meant today, after the market closed today. Okay. Yeah, so we've got a couple of halts, Teddy. So yeah, Hudi is halted on the way up, HUDI halted on the way up, PKBO halted on the way down, and Vina halted on the way up. Whoa, I mean, now people are salivating. If you were in this one, if only this 1519 holds, 105.22. So if this is going to be a 10-minute halt, it'll be at 115 plus 22 seconds. So a little over 2 minutes from now, if this is going to be a 10-minute halt for Vina. So I don't see any news for this. I mean, the last news was just that, they approved it, but that was on the 25th of October. So it must be getting awfully close. What I would have anticipated is some kind of news saying we will start trading as maybe VIYI. That's going to be the symbol on Monday. We see this a lot, guys, the day before something starts trading when the SPAC happens or it comes out of the SPAC. Not, yeah, well, Vina, yes, Vina acquisition. So you are having a deja vu. You can do it, PJ, if you have the stomach for it. But you're going to be chasing it 101. But what did it do yesterday? You got up to what? 131. Okay, well, I'll keep this. I'll keep this Vina up and see if this does open at 115 plus 22 seconds. So we're at 115 now. Okay, we're at 115 now. So let's see if this is open in 22 seconds. It looks like it's going to be a pretty dynamic looking open. If you took this one, guys, I mean, you were lucky enough to get it before. Be nimble. I mean, because as quickly as this could pop, but it could come down just so quickly. So just be aware. And so far, well, maybe it's going to be a 15-minute halt then. Yeah, it's not a 10-minute halt. Now again, multiples of 5, so this could be a 15-minute halt. Well, let's see if Hootie's going to be a 5-minute halt. 114, 13. Yeah, so this is more than a 5-minute halt also. So, and it looks like the Peekaboo is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Yeah, they're all more than 5-minute halts now. Meanwhile, guys, look at Peloton. Finally, underneath 10, not 10, underneath 9. Big rug pull now for Peloton, PTON. It looked low yesterday on earnings. Went all the way down to 7, closed way up here at 9 or a little over 9. Well, Amar, I'm trying to see about this histogram. Again, it's not available. I don't know if you asked the question. Somebody asked the question, when is this what is number one, this histogram? When is it going to be available? I know, I mean, we can make it available right now, but I'd like to spend another week on it, because it can give a bit of a clue to stay in trades longer. Now, what Real would say also is maybe, put the 8 EMA and or the 10 SMA on your chart. Okay, so if you're in a trade, as long as it doesn't, break underneath, keep in the trade, things like that. Be aware where the VWAP is, of course, things like that. So Peekaboo resumed. I know it's not Peekaboo. It's just more fun to say Peekaboo. Is that right, William? Is that something scientific? I know at the beginning of the day they seem to be 5-minute halts. Maybe in the afternoon. William was saying that on Fridays they tend to do longer halts. Yeah, who do you open? But it's going to be halted immediately. And so this is something. It's going to be, well, it is halted. It's halted immediately, and I've already said to our developers that we don't get, if it moves so quickly, we don't get the halt. Yeah, if it's a news halt, these are just volatility halts. So at least that's what they first say anyway. Volatility halts. Oh man, I'd be just squirming if I were in this one, this Vina, with this beautiful potential pop when it opens. The more time that can start to drift down. So PK, were you able to get some? Did you get any of the hoodie? Yeah, I thought it went too fast. Man, oh man, yeah, that PRVB. What a probably going to go could go back down to the yes. Well, in fact, it is. Shouldn't say that. Not yet. Yesterday's low was 710. You too, Ian. Have a great weekend. Remember this one, CFLT. I mean, it's still got room on the way down. So earnings on the second got hammered down. Had an interesting pop yesterday, but then came down with the rest of the market. Now, again, showing its true colors, right around 20. Underneath here is 1904. Okay, so it's got some room. Takes out 20. It could keep moving down. Okay. And look at the look at this histogram. I mean, this is kind of telling you. Again, I know I keep talking about this, and I know it may be frustrating. You guys don't have access to this yet, but you know, the lower that number is, so if you look at the bars, the lower that number is, the theory being is that there are more bullish candles over bearish candles over different time frames compared to bullish candles over the same time frames. I'm actually going to have a little chat, hopefully, with Michael at 3:30 3:30 when I shut the main room down. And I might have a little chat with him to try to delve into a little more detail about what this is really trying to show us. Boy, this Vina is a long halt, guys. I mean, now we're talking. Uh, well, 20-minute halt would be 125 plus 22 seconds. So, do it again. Let's see. Not sure I understand the question. Can you dig deep? Can you dig dip in this indicator? I'm not sure I understand the question, Amar. It's not available yet. Okay. Okay. Opened. Not bad. In fact, pretty darn good. No, the open was good. It got up to 14, but now watch out. If you were in this one early, watch out. Look at the spread. 1290. No, is that right? 1295, 14. Yikes. Oh, lung capacity. Look at lung. Still moving down. I don't know when it's going to be available. Okay. When this indicator is going to be available. I think Michael, what he wants to do is we have to analyze it a little bit more. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty excited about it because but I've used it for 2 days. So again, it's not the be all and the end all. It's just an indicator. It's not the magic indicator, but on certain stocks, it is just showing me, maybe giving him a little more confidence, to stay in a trade. Also, I think what he wants to do is to design it a little bit differently, make it a little more colorful. So I can't tell you when it's going to be available. Great name for this one, guys. All-time low, right? ICU, intensive care unit. That's where it belongs. Look at this. No volume, but it got halted on the way down. Well, Vino was dead when you saw that spread. 12.95, 14, whatever the heck it was. I mean, that was just dead. But it's looks like it's going to get halted. I see that little blue dot in Interactive Brokers. That usually means it's going to get halted, but it's untradeable at 11.37, 11.90. Anyway, moving on. Here's another one. I'm sure this is, look at Lung and CFLT. Here's another one, guys. I bet you it's an earnings play. Yep, look at this. RLAY. Relay Therapeutics. Not very much volume, though. It's interesting. Not very much volume. Only 0.82 relative volume. You would think would have a lot more volume the day it has earnings. Plus, it's coming into probably a decent support area around 20. So okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, unbelievable, isn't it? To see the hoodie popped up again. All right, guys, let's see what else is happening. I'm just earnings, earnings, earnings. Look at all these earnings plays. I know I keep repeating myself, but enjoy it while we can. Okay, I'm just sort of following this. Okay, enough, guys. Okay, in terms of this thing with the peekaboo, all major points. All right, CFLT. Let's see if it takes out 20 again. You know, if you guys are really desperate to make another trade, see if it takes out 20 again. It did pop. It got down to 1978. So I'm going to stick an alert. I say 1992. See if that's just a brief pop up. Another stock gapped up and reversed. Another earnings play. Fate underneath the whole number. What could it go to? Let's see. It's below yesterday's low, which was 19. So it's below that number. The next low looking left is 1835. So a little bit of room for it to keep moving down if it wants to. But you know, you're kind of chasing it, but it is below the whole number. I mean, a lot of people would say, you know what, I won't take it, but if it pops maybe back up to the either that 8 EMA or the 20 SMA, or maybe, you know, if it could get close to the VWAP, maybe then I'd be interested because you are chasing it now. On the other hand, it is below the whole number. So if you put a whole number stop on it, see what happens. I'm not telling people to do that. I'm just probably, or maybe. Maybe not. Look at the potential here. 146. So I'm not seeing, I'm not seeing a big leap over that 146 halt. Boy, this has been a disaster all day long. Also, guys, SRTS. I can't tell you when the first time I would have seen it here because I had to do that reboot, but I could do a history, I could find it, but man, SRTS all day long almost. And that one little pop up here after that from 794 down to 7. And oh yeah, it's an earnings play. That's okay. Good for you, Jordan. Risky, 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 but all right. So I'm looking at this on a 2-minute chart, BCAP on a 2-minute chart. Okay, this is this histogram here. In theory, pointing towards a potential buy. In theory, okay. Let's see. Now, again, you have to look at the chart. I mean, it's got maybe room to 787, 790 up here, but that's pointing to a potential buy. But when you look at the 15-minute chart, you see it's not quite as good. So that's different time frames are going to give you a different picture. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, 646 is not a lot of volume. All this is happening on this, the Hudi, HUDI. Oh man, Peloton. And it just opened. Okay, what did it open at? Actually, so it wasn't a pop, at least on the open. Yeah, look at that. Remember when we were looking at that? So here's the drop so far. Remember when we were looking at that and the when we're looking at this bid ask, it was basically at the same price. It's going to get halted again on the way down now. So hopefully anybody got into that, escaped. Was Peloton down 10% yesterday? I don't think it was it? Of course, how could it be? They won't fill me. I'm trying to get a short at 893 and they won't fill me. No, okay, finally. I'm going to put a 9 stop on it. I just want to see. I'm just looking at, again, I'm just kind of looking at this decreasing here. So actually, I may stay in a little bit longer. Again, I'm not taking very much based on this histogram, okay? This is a real test for me. But it's interesting that they wouldn't fill me immediately. It's HKD. It was HKD that went up to 2,500. And if you don't believe me, right here, When was this? This is back in August, $2,566 to be exact. Well, it won't surprise me if, well, at certain points it has gotten going again, not quite $2,500, but got up to $400. This is not, this is September, so a couple of months ago. Okay, guys, I am, what time is it now? 1:45? I doubt very few. I wish Zach were here because if anybody had shorts for Hootie, he would at Center Point. Anybody with Center, there was somebody in Center Point, I think in the YouTube room, I think, might have been the main room. It was from Center Point, showed up yesterday. So if anybody is in either room who has a Center Point account, let us know if you've got Hootie shorts. Probably the only ones that would. Well, as long as you have a stop, Jorn. No, Jordan's been around. He just has been away for a while. But as long as you have a stop, nothing has to go up. I mean, yes, you would think a company like Amazon, but as long as you have a stop. Yeah, but are they available? I could do the same at Interactive Brokers. I could ask them to, but are they available right now at Killzone? Really? Available right now? Interesting. Lightspeed typically is not known for that, but okay, cool. Okay, so you do have a stop. So 80 is your stop. Okay, good. I mean, I hope it doesn't hit your stop, but I mean, okay, as long as you have a stop. Ugh, man, truly unbelievable, isn't it? So a high, again, this is all split adjusted, forward split adjusted. 187 high, 88 now, $100 drop from the highs. Boy, this is a, yeah, right there is your level, boy. You gotta hope it holds 86, I think, 80, 85 or so, right there. Look at that monthly chart. I mean, the next area is 72, but man, oh my goodness, look at this WBD. Well, I can't say I took my eye off it. I mean, I was aware of it, but I thought maybe it's going to be a little more like the Paramount, PARA. That, with that float, I just did not think it would have that sort of a move, after the already big gap down. Wow. I saw SATX up here. SATX, yeah, SATX. Did see it up here. This is another, no, it's not a SPAC, sorry. Not an earnings play either. Halted because of volatility. This is what, an IPO from last month, or a SPAC that turned into this. Let me get my time frame, my daily time frame. Sort of remember this, up to 52. Well, here's one I've never heard of. BBCP, Concrete Pumping Holdings Limited. Lots of shares available also to short, 1.43 million. So this is not an obscure stock. I mean, in terms of the ability to short it, if you wanted to. Here it goes, guys. BBCP. Just looking to see. There's no news on this that I can see. Decent volume, 500,000, 25 million in the float. 13 times regular relative volume, so it's trading 13 times normal. It's not an earnings play. I don't see any news on it whatsoever. Well, I mean, this one came from the races too. SATX. I don't know when it first started winning races, but I'm sure what was winning races here, and of course here on the way up. It may have won some races earlier. This is an unusual day also, guys, because oh no, that's right. I had to do a reboot. So I was going to say there's not even a top 10 list. All right, guys. Another hour or so for me to be on the mic. So good time to ask questions if you have any. We're winding it down a little bit here, mentally anyway. One last talk about all the good stuff you're going to find on my homepage. So this deal, the 20% deal, my guess is that it'll probably be available till Monday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time Monday, but no guarantee. I know the email says Sunday, 11:59 p.m. Or actually, probably if I look at it right here, probably going to get a pop-up. But anyway, test drive 25, okay, 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. There might be a pop-up that comes up, and it's going to say 11:59 p.m. Eastern time Sunday night. So take advantage of it. The next sale will not be until let's see, I guess U.S. Thanksgiving towards the end of the month. So of course, if you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. You can sign up for my stock of the day video. Sign up for this, and that's free, of course. The trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and that is free. All the education is here. Great section, guys. Great section. All the education is here. Here's your user guide. There's that getting started, 10 videos, about 30 minutes total. Know what an alert window is, know what a top loss window is, and know about stock racing. Get those nailed before you move on to, excuse me, before you move on to anything else. There's that getting started series again. So as always, Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 when I shut down the main room. He's there Monday to Friday, 3:30 to 4:30. And I'll put the link in the main room before I do take off. Sign up for all the webinars here. Michael Noss, the creator of this little histogram. He put together this great little series, okay? If you're new to trading, introduction to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance. People are asking for books on trading. I think it's a really wonderful little series that he put together. Okay, it's all free resource. Use it. My scans are here. The two races that you see is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. And I think I'll add the gap continue. The only problem is with this gap continuation or reverse is when we're out of earnings season, it's not very active. And that's not the issue though. You just don't get the sort of sustained moves that we're getting with these earnings plays. A lot of them, sustained down all day, horrible earnings, down, 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 down. So if it's not an earnings play and something comes in here, yeah, we'll get alerts, but they may not be as dynamic. That's all. But you know what? I will get him to add this. Let me just see, make sure it's not pinned. Gap continuation or reverse. Here are the 4 strategies in here. I think we're good to go. I can give him the link. Oh, wait a minute. I think there's a sound on here. I don't want any sound, so a minute. Oh, there isn't a sound. Okay. I know, talking to myself. Yeah, I mean, I see your guys commenting about Amazon. I mean, yeah, what is it? What's going to pop Amazon? Already had earnings, so I mean, obviously, unless there's some stupendous news about it, and you're right, if the market rallies, obviously it'll probably take Amazon up with it a bit. But unless there's some specific to Amazon, some some unbelievable news, what's going to make it go up other than a whole market, if that can possibly happen. Right on, Pete. Boy, that's been a work in progress for months and months and months and months and months. Trade ideas getting to AWS. But I'm told to be well worth the wait because then we can start doing a lot more. Okay, guys, that bumped me out of the Peloton right there, right there. That just bumped me out of the Peloton trade. Okay, so that's okay. I mean, I very, very. What's a reliable earnings source? You mean when companies are having earnings? I'm talking to you, Matt. I mean, we have obviously we have an earnings filter, so I mean, I think it's pretty reliable. Every now and then, I mean, if a company changes earnings, like their date, which companies can do, but I mean, if I look here, now I got to find one. So, Peloton had earnings yesterday, November 3rd, pre-market. Is that what you mean by a reliable earnings source? Matt, can you hear me? Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for analyst expectations, et cetera, fine. But if you're just looking for purely, knowing when a company is going to release earnings or not, I mean, our provider is pretty bang on. Well, then, yeah, we have an earnings filter. So for instance, okay, let me just show you, just to show you how we designate it. I just sorted on the earnings date column, okay? Just sorted on it. So when you see, now again, I have some filters in place. There could be other companies having earnings, of course, but they're not meeting my filter requirements. But when you see 0.25, that means they released earnings pre-market. And when you see minus 0.25, they released before the market or after hours yesterday, after the market closed. Those to me are the earnings plays, okay? Because a company that releases earnings after hours, usually it's the next day where you see, well, after hours, you're going to see a gap, but the next day it'll really, really be trading also. And then, of course, the 0.25 pre-market. So now, and these are the ones up. And look at here, I sort on that earnings day column. These, look at all the ones that have gapped down on, look at them all. Look at them all that have gapped down on earnings. Okay. Now, if you're interested in companies releasing earnings after hours, which I typically am not, but our designation is 0.75. So minus 0.25 means they released after hours the day before. 0.25 means they released in the pre-market. 0.75 means they're going to release after hours. Oh yeah, better forever. Now, is it infallible? No, nothing is infallible. Sometimes a company, you know, we're only as good as our data provider. And, you know, there are times when you'll see, hey, wait a minute, this company released earnings. Well, especially if it's a smaller company, you know, you're not going to see Apple or Microsoft or any of the large guys. You know, they're not going to deviate from when they say they're releasing earnings. But sometimes a little more obscure company, they may just, you know, they may have said, well, we're going to release earnings on the 7th, and they actually release on the 6th. Wow. Mhm. Small fortunes are made and wiped out on trades like this, guys. It's a decent spread though for Hootie, 158, 168. Entertainment purposes only right now, guys. Another move down for Carvana, CVNA, almost a lifetime, basically a lifetime low now for Carvana. Basically. The situation is muy bleak for CVNA, or the outlook, I should say. ESSC, take a look at ESSC, low volume, low float, should say. Oh, it's on one of these acquisition cores again, corporations again. So what have they said? So again, that was in October that they filed November 7th, special meeting to approve the business combination with NTWN. So that's what, Monday? That doesn't mean it's going to be approved. more than likely it'll be approved. But look at this, they had to extend it several times, the extension of the deadline to complete it. So it's not 100% that it's going to happen. And in fact, probably then, yeah, so I mean, there's uncertainty about whether this will happen or not. I mean, you would think that they're not going to call this on the 7th unless it's going to happen, but there is no guarantee. All right, Rudy says he has, Rudy looks after my homepage. So let me just do a quick look here. I might have to do a refresh, but let's just take a look. Oh, there it is, guys. So there's the gap continuation or reverse, okay? Now I've added it to the scan, to my scan section. Ah, okay. So Matt, in the future, okay, in the future, first of all, you've probably maybe you've never heard me say this, but I mean, always save your layout to the cloud, number one, okay? But in the future, this is why we have this new channel bar, okay? In the future, click on new and then, sorry, docked channel bar. I wish they'd get rid of this channel bar, the option. If you click on docked channel bar, you can have your layout up and running and load anything from the channel and your layout is not going to disappear. Okay. So just remember in the future, including the earnings channel. I think that, yeah, there's the earnings channel is right there. Okay. So in the future, use the docked channel bar. Now, for your specific problem, did you save your layout to the cloud? Did you ever save your layout? Don't be shy. If you didn't, I'm not going to scream at you, but because if you save your layout to the cloud, then you just file load from cloud and you can click on layouts and you should see it if you saved it to the cloud. If you saved it to your computer, file load layout. And if you saved it to your computer, you should be able to find the name of it. If you did neither, I'm not sure how to help. It might be in something called default. File load from load layout. And it may be, is there something called default layout? I've never used that. Default layout, it might be. You're okay? All right, good, good, good. Yeah, that's a good point too, Denver. Yeah. Guys, again, always, not just directed to you, Matt, always save your layout to the cloud, always save individual scans to the cloud. If you do that, well, there's a few reasons. I mean, obviously, one reason is just what happened to Matt. Accidentally loaded a layout, and you can only have, if you load it from the old channel bar, you can only have one layout at a time up. But also, if something happened to your computer, you had to get a new one. Well, if you saved everything to the cloud, you just reload everything. Have to download the program onto your new computer and then load things from the cloud. But also, you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But let's just say here I am. I'm obviously working on a desktop computer, but if I have a laptop, I go and buy a new laptop. I just have to download trade ideas to the new laptop, like the program, and then I just load everything from the cloud. So I don't have to recreate everything to one device at a time. So very important to save things to the cloud. I save individual scans to the cloud. For instance, I saved this to the cloud a long time ago. I haven't used this gap continuation or reverse scanner probably for six months, maybe even longer. But I decided I don't know what prompted me to, but I decided yesterday to load it just to see what sort of stuff what sort of alerts we were getting. And the only reason I could do that is because I had saved it to the cloud as an individual scan. Now, I'm going to certainly use it probably next week and maybe the week after. Jury's out afterwards. So I always save everything to the cloud, everything to the cloud. All right, guys. Well, the CNET you were asking, I remember when I was on my break, Paul, you asked about CNET. Yeah, you were a different trader from me, of course. Yeah, 72 to 80 cents. That you have to take a lot of shares, but you are a different trader from me, and that's okay. Where's Pepe? Are you in the room? You are. That crazy thing happened again with the sound. That hit or miss. I had my actions, the beep, which I love. That and it it just doesn't work. I have to actually use a custom sound. That the computer, for whatever reason, is not yet. Yesterday it was. I haven't done a thing differently. Wonder why that happens. I love it. Just a nice little gentle reminder in the background. I don't think nothing fixed it. Nothing really fixed it, it just all of a sudden it started working again. I didn't do anything. And I actually did a reboot today. But it wasn't working earlier, and it wasn't working on the reboot of Trade Ideas anyway. Of course, you're talking about reboot of the computer itself, but anyway, just weird why that happens. Like, is there anything in the volume mixer here? I mean, it's system sounds up. Anything here that is any sort of a clue? I would have thought it would be the system sounds. Anyway, Monday may work again. AMV halted on the downside. Yes, it is. Ah, look at this. Another one. I remember this one also. All these crazy ones that came out of nowhere. This got up to what? $250. $11 now. But you were talking about this, weren't you? System, system volume. Anyway, maybe I'll do some troubleshooting afterwards. Not a big deal. It's just that I really, because of especially this one gives a lot. Well, actually, this one is giving a lot of alerts, so it's nice to have that little gentle sort of a beep in the back. Not even a beep; it's like a chime. Anyway, hey guys, getting close to my putting myself on mute. So good time to ask questions if you have any. Oh yeah, I get every other sound from TI. Every other sound, yeah. long as I use the sounds from the folders. It's a wonder having my own personal IT guy. Thank you, Pepe. Always appreciated. Carvana guys just keeps like, who is going to buy this? Yeah, well, that could be in the Boston Garden, or it's not the Boston Garden anymore. That could be in Boston if they keep it up. Denver. Okay, guys, for the last half hour, I'm going to go to my side gig, which is as a sports radio talk show host. No, 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 no. I'm everything. Living up in Canada, sure, we got all our Canada sports, some obscure ones you've never heard of, but no, no, we get all your US stuff. I love the NFL, baseball, I love it all. Oof, guys, okay, 231. Now it's really starting to slow down. Yeah, unique, and never shall we see that again. Or hear something like, well, not just him, but the fact that he did it all by himself for all those years. No color man, no nothing, just him. Yeah, I shouldn't. I'm sorry, guys. And we probably shouldn't talk about sports. I'd love to. But my guess is that I have probably played more different sports, and I'm not just saying like I pick up a basketball and I bounce it once, therefore I played, than probably anybody in this room. Okay, guys. Oh, Mark is putting a little bit of a pop here. We have a rally into the close. Like, how about a little broom ball? How about a little team handball? Whew, well, guys, yeah, the market's putting a little pop, and so it's helping some of the weaker stocks maybe pop a little bit, like the Carvana, CVNA. Is Yelp an earnings play? Yeah, Yelp's another earnings play. Yelping its way down. No bounce whatsoever so far with Yelp. You too, Neil. We'll see you Monday. Yeah, you know what's not dead? Unbelievably, is Vina. Not dead. In fact, they just got halted. Well, it didn't just get halted. It got halted at 231. So there's the Vina. Let's see what if it opens in 5 minutes. 14.19 on the halt, 15.15. So again, if somehow you guys, somebody was brave enough to try to take this one, well, you're looking good so far. Well, the spread is tightened for Hootie, only $7 now, $6 now. Another one that just is not no bounce at all for PRLB. I'm not the greatest. Okay, Laura. Question is for pullback scan for dip buying. Okay, so you can try this one. You know, obviously on a day like today, when it's a weird day, but you can try this one. Okay, this is a top list. Let me see if I can find it. Pullbacks. Pullbacks winners. Biggest pullbacks on winners. Okay, so I'm going to load this one. Or I'm going to share it first. Yeah, I'm going to load it. So this is what it looks like. So what it's looking for, I right click configure, and you can of course make adjustments. There's the price range I've got. Of course, you can make an adjustment. Current volume is at least 2, so it's trading, you know, at least double normal. 200,000 shares, so minimum. So the price was down 30 or down in the last 30 minutes, but it's still up from the open, 3% from the open. So a strong stock that has pulled back in theory. Okay, so let's just take a look. You know, Vina, I mean, this is what's going to show up. So, you know, Vina obviously is way up more than 3%. It pulled back. SADX. No, these are pretty wild ones, but you can kind of, you know, click on them and just kind of see, you know, here's one that, I mean, again, it depends what you're looking for, but, you know, there's a stock that was up, it's pulled back. Does it mean it's going to pop? It's still strong, but, you know, you've got to look at things like the VWAP but you might click on one because you're not going to get a whole bunch of them. You might click on one and go, oh, that's exactly what I want to see as an example. Okay. Number two. So I can give you this one. I'll do the share. Okay. So I can give you this one. Okay. Number two, you can try this one. This is from the Market Explorer. So Steve Gomez is somebody who really loves the 10 SMA. So a stock that moves down into the 10 SMA. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean it was a strong stock. It could be a stock that's below, below the open and all that, and maybe it's moving down, but you can try this one. Let me see if I can find it for you. So if you click on new and then Market Explorer, this is the movie. This is the movie. This is the window that will show up. If you right click on it, and then you see where it says select strategy. When you hover over it, this will now, moving average, SMA play 15 minutes, okay? So these are stocks that are moving into the 10 SMA. And Steve is a proponent of something that moves into the 10 SMA. You watch it and maybe it bounces off that as an example. Okay. So I can actually just give this to you. And this is not customizable. Okay. So you cannot change the price range or anything else about it. But take a look at the first one first, because that is customizable. You might want a different price range and all that. And just check to see what sort of alerts you're getting. The other thing you can do is go to support, because I'm not a big pullback player, okay? If you go to support at trade-ideas.com and ask, one of the other traders may have something that you might like, okay? Hey, Todd, I haven't seen you for a while. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, this market is starting to pop some of these low flying ones like the Carvana, CVNA. Who knows? Yeah, we're probably gonna now we're gonna end the day positive. Maybe. We still have an hour and 15 minutes. Anything can happen in an hour and 15 minutes. Anything can happen in the next 5 minutes. Okay, so the gold miners. Oh, this is okay. Yeah, right. This is what this is the short. You look at PBYI again if you're desperate. Okay, coming right into the 200-day moving average, 262. Will that stall it? PBY, it is shortable for me. 1.2 million shares at Interactive Brokers, so it's certainly shortable. It is an earnings play, another earnings play, but coming right into the 200-day moving average. So it might appeal to somebody out there, and also right here, it's basically, well, that's 276, but the 200-day moving average is at 262, so it's not that far away. Of course, it could take it out, but that could easily stall it. Somebody mentioned Billy earlier, that this might be something I'd want to do. I'm assuming you're talking about shorting it, maybe? See, what I'd like to see in this histogram right there, you see that giant bar right there? That's great. You'd like to see it if it was basing a little bit and you're getting this, and that might give you the confidence to get into the trade as it is still basing. And this is stuff I'm going to talk to Michael about. I'm going to actually have a chat with him at about 3:30 about all this. Peloton, guys, is actually starting to curl up. It will not, did not really give up that 9 in a big way. Look at the histogram here. Okay, I mean, it's starting to, I mean, this is again, in theory, bullish. Not in theory. This is the, well, yeah, in theory. I guess I'll have to call it in theory. What you're seeing here is when the bar is big, like it's a big bar. When it's a big bar, what it's doing is comparing different time frames, candlesticks on different time frames, bulls versus bears. So when you see this, that means there are more bullish candlesticks on different time frames than bearish candlesticks. So really nothing to do with the volume. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. I just have a little delivery. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back again, but what I'm going to do right now is put myself on mute. I'm still here. If you have any questions, I'll hop back on the mic. All right, guys, I'm back in. I think I'll shut the room down now, a little earlier. Usually I wait a couple of minutes, but I don't see any questions. So I'm going to put the script in. All right, so of course, I'm shutting just the main room. The other room is still open until Chris gets there. So thanks a lot for all the help all week, guys. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning at 8 o'clock. Bye-bye. But yeah, couldn't have known. All right, guys. Again, Chris will be there in about 7 minutes, I guess, in our YouTube room. So yay!
Yay.
Go talk to Michael. Okay. Have a great weekend.
You too, Barry.
Okay.
Let me know. I might eavesdrop in on that.
Okay, no problem.
All
Okay,
right, adios.
Mike. Okay, Chris. Bye.
Adios. Happy Friday, everyone. Barry making his way out for the weekend now, and I'll make my way in to round out the week. Another choppy, sloppy day in the market. What I'd consider to be still some pretty regular bear market action here. Make a bear case, make a bull case. We can do both. Bear bull case, sellers tried to drag it down, couldn't do it. We're still holding above that 370 level, all those things like that. Bear cases, We sold off this last rally. We kept your pin down here, getting ready to pounce, get you down below. Who's right? Time will tell. Time will tell. Anyways, with all that said, as per usual, we'll do this, open forum style and all that. So please throw in any questions that you have. I don't really have any content to go over other than the usual jargon that I have been doing the last several weeks and months, I guess. Go over top 10, a few things I set price alerts from, that kind of thing like that. So, sorry, just answering a message that came in here. So, all right, if nobody's got questions, we'll mess around here. And let's dive through what top 10 said today. I did not really take a whole big look at a lot of this today, although I got to say this would be day 2 in a row where it's kind of so PKBO, Peak Bio, I think I see what they're doing there. Peekaboo. Kind of strange. Big range on this thing, only a couple of days old here. Very liquid. I won't consider the relative volume to be of much note, considering there's 3 days of volume to base it off of. But pretty sizable move here, and then just kind of running sideways for the rest of the day. Even that sideways, though, has an okay range on it, 360-ish, give or take, all the way down to 785, give or take. So ones like that, I always want to be careful. RBT, who are you? What are you doing? So Rubicon. Interesting. Did they used to be under a different ticker symbol? Is that possible? Because I feel like there was another Rubicon a while ago. Perhaps not. Maybe it was they redid the symbol, or they merged. Could be. All the same. Nothing overly great. I mean, it's up 20% from the open, so you can't argue a 20% move. And if you got even 10% of it, obviously, just not a great feel on this one. Like I said, it's not bad. And just, I'd like to see more liquidity. That's all. When I see stuff like that. You still don't like gold and silver? Great day. It's not about liking them. I just don't get it. I'll trade them if I think there's a trade to be had there. But any of the gold stocks that I, really tried to look at this morning in the miners, they made their move early, and then that was it. They never really gave me an entrance that I would have felt comfortable with. Well, that's not what I wanted. Ugh. No, I wish I'd paid maybe a little more. Yeah. I mean, what are you going to do with this? You know what I mean? Like, what do I do with the stock like this? It's up 10 cents from this base here, how do I share size into something like that gapped up and, just, I don't know. What did this do? I mean, look, this thing's just give it up all day. Here's gold and silver right here. And a total train wreck. So it makes it very difficult for me to get behind these kinds of things. That's all. Yeah, definitely not trusting them overnight. I don't think there's any investment thesis in them anymore. At least there hasn't been. Another gold miner here. Again, like, what do you do with this? This makes this initial move. Do I go chase it for 5 or 6 cents here? I don't know. Let me look and see what was on the early list. If there was any. EQX, I think that's a mining, right? Yeah. So again, EQX, all right. where's the entry on this, and then what happens afterwards? I get it at 280 something, and then it goes to 288, and I got to ride it all day like that. It's just there's nothing dynamic about it. Is this gold? I feel like this might be a gold. Nope. There's definitely a few gold stocks that were lighting up the races earlier today. Let me do this, duplicate into a free floating window. Let me see if I can pull those up from earlier. Yeah, so here we go. AUY is gold, right? Yeah. I mean, where do I go with this? There's no trade to be had there. KGC is gold. Can't believe I remember all these tickers. So KGC, I mean, I guess that would have been an okay one. But even then, like, gaps up and just goes. Where was the entry on this, I'm left chasing the whole time. I'm not crazy about chasing something like that. Is there any other gold ones that jumped up on me? AU is gold, right? Another one, gaps up, and then, where's my entry on this? What's the risk reward here? I don't like the risk reward that sets up. Yeah, PAAS crash. I'm not sure what that was all about. I'm sure there's some kind of news or something like that. So again, not that I'm anti-gold. It's just like when something's just never really been tradable as far as I'm concerned since I started trading. What do I do? And that, that's not true actually. Because what was it? August of 2020, gold and gold miners looked really solid, right? Let me let's hit the Wayback Machine here. Yeah, in this summer here, there was a great move to be had here. But that's like the only great move I've seen since I've started trading. I mean, everything looks like this coming out of the COVID crash. Literally everything looks like that. So then the next time that gold looked good, looked okay, at least these miners, it's really back in June of 2019, coming in through August, so it's like these short spurts with them versus that. I mean, that's just, this thing's a beast for years, for, almost half a decade. And I get sideways action here and a nice move, and then a nice move, and then everything crashed, and then an incredible move. So that's, that's my beef with gold. It's just that in the end, there's never going to be an investable thesis that I'm going to understand. I'm not saying there isn't one, but the times of old are gone. You don't stick. Your money isn't backed by gold and silver anymore. I can't physically do anything with it other than drop it on my foot and break my foot with a bar of it. Not a jewelry person. Anybody that says that, gold and silver are used in electronics, run from them as fast as you physically can. All that kind of stuff. So anyways, like I said, I'm not against it. Just going to have to show me more than a day. There's someone, I don't follow them on Twitter, but I see them on Twitter now and again. And I saw them make some comment about, get ready for silver and all this stuff. And they're a very followed person and they're very liked and all these things like that. I'm not talking about Peter Schiff. This is not, it's not some major personality or anything like that, but they've got probably 40, 50,000 follower on Twitter. And they said here, something about silver and get ready for it. And this is what silver's done in a couple of months since then. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, I don't know. I don't know. I'd rather buy stuff that's going up. Sorry, I was just reading a message that came into me. So, anyways, with that said, what's the market doing here now? All right, it's just kind of drifting sideways for the moment. We got 22 plus minutes to wrap up the week here. Kind of a flat week for myself. I don't know about anybody else. I kind of blew a trade yesterday that left a bad taste in my mouth for today, and really kind of just sat on my hands today. I didn't feel like, the jobs report and Fed this week and everything else. I kind of decided I'm going to hang it up for the week here, and let next week be a new week. So I think this is a bio inverse, maybe. Yeah, bio bear. So nothing there. Let me get rid of this weekly chart, put it back on the daily. ARWQ, who are you? Nah, nothing there. I mean, yeah, it's got a good move off this break here, but just not a lot of volume. Spread's probably been like this all day, so it'd have been, a lot of work on a Friday to work that spread and get a fill. Not something I'm interested in. So, I might go to the drawing board this weekend on a new race and come back Monday and start seeing if I can get anything else, because this has been, I'll say, of the last 10 trading days, I've seen probably 5 or 6 trading days. I'm not really thrilled with what I'm seeing coming out of this overall. Nothing there again. PERF. I guess I did not go back to a daily chart like I was trying to. There we go. Again, what do you do with something like this? Sure, it's up $1.40 from the close, but 23% from the open, but on 275,000 shares jumping all over the place. And again, the spread is trash. On an $8 stock on a Friday, I don't think so. I'm not sure who Jim Rickards is. I mean, there's some great people out on Twitter. I just always find it interesting, some of these people that are just quote unquote so smart, and then they put some stuff out there and I'm like, I don't know. Like, okay. I mean, if you got some information that's different than what the chart's saying, okay. But, again, STNG not looking great here. So yeah, this has got to be the worst day I've seen from the scan ever. I'm going to go with, again, this big gap down and reversal, but how practical was that to get? A 5-minute chart probably looks a lot better. Yeah, 5-minute chart, kind of consolidated for a couple bars here before taking off. I'm still just, maybe I'm just being too hard on it. Just not crazy about it. I'd have to imagine SPWH, Michael Anthony, looks no different than it has looked the last 15 times you brought it up in the last week and a half. But we'll take a look at it anyways. Again, just want to, I guess a little better. You got a gaps up, gives it up, consolidates, and then a move afterwards. So I guess, so as close to as good as we're going to get here on the day. And CDI and CDIO, and nothing again, nothing to write home about at all whatsoever. SPWH, let's look at it. SPWH. Yeah, 200,000 shares traded today at, under $10, stuck in this range. There's nothing there as far as I'm concerned. If you've got a reason to believe that it's going to break out of this base, by all means, trade that plan if you've got a reason to believe that. Aside from that, I have zero interest in this. I mean, again, 200,000 shares, there's nothing here. You're well a ways off from earnings. So unless they have some kind of big press release or restructuring, or they're going to get bought out, or they're buying someone else out, I don't see any reason for this not to continue exactly the way it is. The big picture, for me, the big picture is down. I mean, that's my big picture on this. I mean, I wouldn't, there's nothing here as far as I'm concerned. I'm guessing that, I know it had this huge, I won't even call it a huge run up. I'm looking at $15 to $5, and you'd spend all that energy and all that time on it. I'm guessing that must have been some kind of buyout talk here, and then it fell through and then just fell apart. I mean, like I said, outside of some kind of news that, nobody is going to predict, and without having that inside information, I don't see any reason for this to change direction whatsoever. Oh, yeah. I gotcha. So I will say, found this interesting today. Natural gas up again today. We see it chopping around here. Perhaps natural gas is ready to get off the mat. I don't know, but I mean, this is an interesting level anyways. We can see a lot of touches on this level here, all through here. And I know it didn't quite touch here, but if we think of it as a spongy zone, and then again here it defends it, now it's pulling off of it. So, we'll see. Again, momentum and big picture is, Dinos is saying here, a lot of chop and slop on this, and this is, very seasonally traded. You got to deal with all the headlines, getting away from fossil fuels and all that stuff. And I know this isn't a comment on whether natural gas is good, bad, or indifferent for the environment. It's just, it's in the firing, or it's on the shooting range, it's getting target shot at or whatever. So anyways, just curious here, because we're moving into the heating season and all that stuff in the Northern Hemisphere. But with that said, was also watching, early in the morning. Yeah, exactly. Clean charts, nothing in the way. That's what I like. I was watching, what was I watching? Oh, XOP and the XLE. I kind of danced back and forth between who's going to be the leader today and who's not going to be the leader today. I don't know where the XLE is. Oh, XL, yeah, XL. What the F is it? Whatever. Anyways, I thought, we've had a nice move here in energy coming off these two higher lows, and thought maybe we were ready to take that out. We gapped up, we were moving up, and just, came right down and filled that gap. So, I don't know, whatever you want to make of that. I certainly thought we would have seen more on that today, but perhaps, I don't know, is a profit taking up here from this run up off of there. Again, you're dealing with governments and things like that, constantly, we're going to cap the price or whatever it is. And that stuff's not good for markets. Sorry, it's driving me nuts. I cannot find the XLE on here. There it is. Wow, it's way down. I wouldn't think that there was so much distance between the XOP and the XLE right now. So, here we go again. Same kind of concept. I think the XOP recovered a little more, but I think the XOP recovered more because natural gas recovered some today. Or, natural gas was up pretty solid today. Make of that what you will. Energy still drives the world, regardless of the battles that are going on with it. So that be that. I don't know. Was there anything else interesting that happened today for me? Not really. I was trying to find something, but just didn't want to force any trades. So OWL, for some reason, caught my attention off one of the races. So, but again, made this move up. Thought to myself, if it can get up above this level comfortably, could it take a shot up here? It could not, apparently. So I just, left that price alert the way it is. GLOP was one I felt like I left a lot of money on the table with yesterday. That kind of upset me, but it's, was ready for it. Jumped through a race earlier again today. Just didn't get itself going again. Permian. Same thing here. I like this. There's not a lot of chart resistance in it, but, we'll see. I like the sector it's in still. I like energy still. This was one I kind of blew. I saw this one coming in here under 15 somewhere. I don't know if I blew it or not. It goes back to, looking at that overhead resistance. You got this ugly decline here, like this. But again, not marrying it, looking for a day trade. But I just didn't think it could do above 15 like that. Just looking at this right here. Obviously, I was wrong. Made a very nice move through 15. Earnings play, maybe I should have gave it a little more leeway. COTY, I think this made a good move. Again, this was coming through a race, but again, gaps up, and where was an entry going to be on this? I just never felt like there's a good risk reward here. And again, look left, getting stuffed right up into this level, all in here. So just nothing ever presented, nothing I paid attention to or that I saw while I was in between writing reports and things like that presented an opportunity I was happy with. I really, this is Chinese stock. I just don't trust Chinese stocks at all. I really don't. I know the K-Web is, kind of held that gap up today and, well off this low here. Pretty incredible move in the last couple of days for it. But I'm just not a believer. Ford, no, nothing, kind of just more or less looks like the market. We talked about that already. Again, where are you running into at this? KPTI took a trade in this. Took a trade in this. A 5 break coming back this way. And when it started to stall out in here, that was the end of it for me. Another energy stock here with NAT. I know it's shippers, but it's energy related. Again, a lot of stuff is just running right into resistance when you look left on the chart. BCRX, I don't know where I saw this from. Same thing. P10. Still like this chart a lot, but right with energy, gapped up, sold off, moved up, sold off. So kind of just sitting around. RES is another one. This one showing a lot of weakness now here. Actually, kind of a bummer. I like that. I had liked that chart. This was one of those weird high flyers. Halted a few times today, I think, but never materialized to anything. And VMEO, same thing. Couldn't get above the high yesterday. Had a bunch of volume earlier in the day, and pretty much looking like garbage. So that was, it's a very lackluster kind of blah end of the day here. And that's all there is, or end of the week, I should say. VGR. Smoke them if you got them, right? I mean, long term doesn't look very good. You can make an argument for a flag there. I'm not going to argue for that flag, but I'd allow the argument. I'd listen to it. Measure pole to pole, which would put you right up around this resistance level up in here somewhere. So maybe there's a little room up to that 1150 range, I would say. Maybe $1 move on this. Maybe. I don't know. Nobody seems to be interested in trading that, though. I'll tell you that right now, especially considering earnings were only a couple of days ago. I mean, it didn't even really have any volume on its earnings, right? I mean, the last time we saw volume, I don't know, maybe these were earnings back there too, I guess. I don't know. Nah, it's just nothing there, really. Nothing dynamic. Yeah. Okay. Let's move right along into, I guess, no, I'll hold off on the sectors right now while the market's still kicking away. Look at anything looks good from the evening scan here for now coming into the close. Again, people with questions or whatever, any kind of chatter, by all means, I never intended this to be me just kind of jabbering on about charts and stuff like that. So really, here to help people with questions with the platform. But, while I'm here, I'm obviously going to come up with something to talk about. PRM, I'm guessing earnings. Yeah, earnings. Excuse the yawn. Nothing interests me there. I don't know. Had earnings. Obviously, a positive reaction from earnings. Put that low in June. Held it here, trending up again. Coming back to here. $8 doesn't seem unreasonable. I mean, it's a pharmaceutical. That's my beef with it. I'm not going to put it on the liked list. But I don't know. Terrible downtrend. But for some stocks, downtrends do end eventually. The first thing that has to happen for that to end is they stop going down. Stopped going down a long time ago. It's up. Wouldn't mind seeing it more up. Anyways, I mean, if someone likes that kind of play, if you're looking for something like that, there you are. EGY. I don't know. It doesn't look very good as far as energy goes. I'd rather own this. Much rather own that, right? That looks good. That looks strong. Lots of volume, lots of liquidity. That does not look good. And for fun, let's do this. So here's EGY, and that actually looks good relative to the overall markets. But let's do this. Let's get an XOP up there. And begins to lag the XOP now. And swap that out. Oops. Yeah, I mean, look at it compared to a strong energy stock. Way underperforming the stronger energy stocks. So, I mean, yeah, it's energy, but it just, there's no dynamic. There's nothing here, Put that up. Let's do this again, EGY, and let's put it up against. Actually, let's swap things around. Let's put it up against. Outperforming Patterson for a bit. What about BET? Yeah, BET outperforming it for the most part. Natural gas outperforming it for the most part overall. What else? What do I think of? Being outperformed here. Outperformed mobile for a while. So you can see it's starting to lag because it just hasn't gone anywhere in a long time. So, you had in the spring, it outperformed, and it's really, come back down since then. Anywho. It's up pretty good today, up 5% today. It's on my watch list here. I like this. Something about this chart I like still. Probably I'm wrong. The symmetrical triangle happening here. I think this is more of a natural gas play, though. And so natural gas is up today, and that's why this is up today. We'll see. I mean, 29 million shares traded on the day. Not exactly something to sneeze at. Not exactly something to sneeze at. Okay, what else? The market's going to close. We got just about 45 seconds left to wrap up the week. And I don't know. All right, let's look at a few more charts here, and then we'll do a sector rundown, and then I'm going to call it. That looks terrible. Gold miners bull. Interesting. Okay.
BCRX.
Well then. No. No. That is a wrap for the week, folks. So there you have it, sports fans. We'll go through a few more of these charts, and we'll do a sector rundown, and I'll call it a week, I guess. All right, so no, I'm not seeing a whole lot here that I like at this point. Wow. All right. We're really going to find nothing. BTU thing is really tightening here. Going to need to resolve at some point here, right? Another big day for it. What a move, huh? Wild. Reverse it. The inverse of yesterday. Gapped up, moved up, gave it up. Gapped up, moved up, and held it up. Not too far off the high of the day it closed. That's an interesting energy chart. I would suspect that they got a tailwind from natural gas today. Above that 20 level. You're looking at here and then here maybe. Sandridge, huh? Interesting. more mining. All right, here's a mining stock that actually wasn't too shabby. Again, where's the entry though? Wow, this continues to be strong as heck. Energy services. Let's look at that compared. Okay, what else? Do I think? I have no idea if something can move higher. WNC. I'd like to see let's see another catch-up day or two here. There's no trend in it. It's just got this moonshot out of it. It's just look how long it's been moving sideways for. So you're going to want to see it stay up above this level, because I suspect if we were to throw up a weekly chart, that level is going to be massively significant. What do you know? Look at that back here. While it didn't quite hit it here, I'd still consider that to be significant. So this line is everything. Below that line, back to the dungeons. Above this line, possible breakout. Hess. Come on. Trend was down. Seems to have broken the trend. Holding above that line, then you're looking at here and here, right? So up above this line is everything. Above that line, possible move into these areas. Below that line, you're looking back at 30 again. For my 2 cents anyways. Laura, any suggestions how to scan for dip buying opportunities? What is it that you're looking for in a dip? You know what I mean? You could find any stock that's crashing through. We've seen a ton of, just going through this list here, there's a ton of stuff that's been, that's pinned to the floor. What you consider to be an opportunity to buy dip, I might not consider to be an opportunity to buy dip. Something like this, someone might consider a good buying opportunity. It's been running sideways. It's got a little bit of upward momentum to it now. So maybe, depending on where you're looking to go from, this might be, let me pull up something here. Oh, intraday. I don't have anything specific. Or the closest thing I have specific would be this. So something like this, I mean, I can share it with you, but this does not put out very many trades. It was something I was working on for automation. I mean, I'm happy to share it, but what I've done here is this, and this is, what if you want to build something yourself, or I can give you this as a template. But the short and skinny of define the quote unquote dip buying opportunity is this. Looking at stocks that are no more than 85% off the low of today. So they got to be off the high of the day by 15%. And so that's what I've kind of done there. But this does not put out many trades, and I don't want it to put out many trades. This is what it looks like in a back test for the last 60 whatever days. So, there's nothing special here without any question. But I think the premise exists. I'm trying to fancy it up. So, I mean, we could do this. Let's start something from scratch. You're looking for something intraday. I would start with, get rid of all this stuff in here. Let's start with a price range. I don't know. We'll put a floor in at $4. Minimum amount of shares traded a day. I don't know. Let's put 500,000 shares. You can always adjust this later. Position and range for the day. We can add that filter. Maybe we can go 75% in the max. Let's go maybe 50% in the minimum. So it's things that are off the highs but haven't completely fallen apart on us. Maybe something like RSI. Find an RSI on 5 minutes that's up again. I don't know if anybody else can think of anything else right now. What else? What could we add to this? I was going to leave this alert as the crossed above resistance, but we could always put something else in there instead. You're not going to want new high of the day, obviously. So you're going to either want to go with that crossed above resistance, or maybe a 5 or 10 minute high. One of these other ones here, I guess. What else? What else do we want to add to this? I can't think of anything else at the moment. I mean, I would keep it kind of generic, and you can use it as a template. So let's take a look at some of the history from it today. Let's go up a little bit. Some okay results in here. It's a mixed bag. So it moves up early, falls. You got the alert at 9:34. Not great. Maybe one a little lower off that. Maybe 75 is too high. Let's try 70. There's no follow through, but then again, a lot of these look it's almost exactly like the market looked today. So I guess if we wanted to get rid of that, then we could do a couple things here. We can mess around. We throw a relative volume of 3 in there, and let's get rid of. Let's try something different for an alert. And a 5-minute high is so generic. I don't know. Let's add it and see if it looks any different or any better. Don't get any alerts till a bit later. So I want to compare some of these charts to what the SPY look like. A lot of these, they're just very similar to the overall market. That's the problem. That's why I put the increased volume in here, try to get away from that. Some of these look better than others. But here, take this, and the premise is this. What you're looking for, these are the filters I would look at. This position range day here, I mean, I'm trying to think. Might consider trying to think of one of the change filters that makes sense. Nah, I wouldn't add a change filter. I don't think I would. Curious. what it looks like in a back test, just for fun, with just a 30-minute hold. Don't look too great, but then again, that's what happens when you're in a bear market. Nothing's going to look good. Really, it's that one day that ruined it right there. Maybe we try to find a deeper pullback. I'm going to give it this. Bring it all the way down to here. I'm not going to put a minimum position in range. Just for one last look. And I'm going to ship it over to you. That's a little better looking. We can see it's finding things that we want it to find, just nothing special coming out of it right now. But then again, this is the market we had to deal with today. Up, down, up, or I should say up, down, sideways, up. Kind of ridiculous. So some of these are all right. So I'm going to save and share that to the cloud for you. And then, work anything else in there that you want. It's a piece of marble ready for you to sculpt from that right there. Well, if you want this other one here, if anybody wants this, something I was working on for automation. I think in a bear market, this will actually be a pretty good scan. Not a bear market, a bull market, excuse me. You are very welcome, Laura. This is the other one that I've tried to work on for automation, but I just, I've not been able to get anything comfortable looking in a bear market for automation at all. So, all right, we didn't really do a sector rundown. Not that I think it's necessary at this point, because the sector is going to more or less look like the rest of the market. But here, just for fun, why not? We'll skip around a little bit for a couple minutes, and then I'm going to start my weekend. GDXJ, I don't know what even to say about that. Stop going down, I guess, kind of. Finally, we'll see. I have no interest in it, but for those that think gold might be something, GDXJ and GDX are going to look identical, exactly. Same with silver junior miners. Silver itself doesn't look as bad now. Oh, sorry, guys. Where's silver miners? I don't see them on this here. That's strange. All right. I mean, silver miners just don't look as silver itself doesn't look as bad as the rest, actually, to be honest. Lithium ion. No, I mean, just nothing on a lot of this metals and material. Metals and mining, excuse me. This is up because all the miners, the gold was up and silver. Semis still look not good at all. I mean, really not good at all. Both SOXX and SMH. SMH. My brain is just about ready to give it up here. Uranium stocks are liars. Can never trust those things whatsoever. On PTN, setting up a price alert for me here on the post market. Way up. What the heck? No. 4 shares printed there. Okay. That's dumb. Banks again. Here's your banking sector. Nothing. Here's your regionals. I think they're going to land a helicopter in my driveway. It sounds like. Holy cow. Okay, well, that was fun. Everything looks like it's just stuck in the mud. Doesn't know where it wants to go. I mean, obviously the trend is down for most everything. Home builders down, down, down. That probably looks the worst of the bunch of what we've looked at so far. The XLK here. I don't know. It's a contest between XLK and XHB, which looks terrible. Which looks worse. The overall financial picture, not as bad looking as the rest. Still, you know. Here's my thing. When I'm seeing these here, made a lower low. I like to look at the stuff that didn't make lower lows from June. Your mid cap trust. It's been an interesting one. I've gone over this a few times. You know, it never took off quite the same as the rest, and it's never really fallen quite the same as the rest. Still, you know, that rainbow of death look, but you know, the Qs themselves, not looking real good right now. Below there, real estate, not looking great either, though it looks better than the home builders, but not by much. Small caps, definitely better than the Qs. Not great. Solar stocks. No, you know, had these big moves and, you know, come right back down, test the 70 level. I guess it stays above 70. That could be interesting. And let's end it with the retail sector here for this. Retail sector looks very bad. JD is China. Yeah, JD's China. I'm not sure, you know. Yeah, I mean, you know, you're tied to whatever's happening in China with that. I have no interest in it. There's other better looking charts, healthier looking charts than that. What's this other thing here that you're asking about? Yeah, I have no idea on SIGA. I saw it at SIGA. I saw it was up. I don't know why it was up. I mean, the thing's in a massive downtrend. It was tied to monkeypox. It was a narrative stock. That narrative is dead. So I've got no interest there. I don't even need to look at a chart to tell you that. DVN almost 10 on earnings and been up 2 days since it was down so much. Okay. Didn't we do this one like the last 3 days in a row? Yeah, I mean, energy and all that. Let's see if it can hold up here. I like energy. If it can hold above this 70 level, I think that's a really good thing for the bulls of this. If not, then you're looking down at 65. And that's that. So, all right, that is going to do it for me, folks. I've hit the wall. I'm tired. I'm done. All the usual Friday stuff. Come on, remember, we're still in a bear market. The overall trend is down. That doesn't mean we can't get a rally, but again, it was a short-lived rally so far. Last week everybody gave it the all clear, right? I heard every bull was ringing the bell last week on this move here. Bear market's dead, bottom's in, da 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 da. What do I see here? I see lower highs. I see lower lows. For now, that's the trend. Maybe it's ready to reverse. I'm not willing to bet my money on it. Are you? Not long term, anyways. So that is that. Make sure folks, take some time for yourself again this weekend. Journal. Write it down. Audio, video, whatever you got to do. Take some time to get outside if you still can. I don't, depending on where you are in the world, obviously going to matter a lot as far as, weather and getting outside and all that. We set for us here in New York, we set the clocks back on Saturday night / Sunday morning, which is awful. God awful. And then we'll spring them ahead, and that's even worse. But I think that's the last time we're doing it or something like that. So anyways, kind of is what it is. Get your rest and all those things like that. So I can never stress how important it is, at least for me, and I have to believe it is for just about anybody else, to really take care of that head of yours and take some time on your own. So with that said, folks, Monday is, as always, just around the corner. Barring them shutting off my power multiple times, it wasn't just me, it was my whole neighborhood. Barring them shutting off my power multiple times over the course of Monday, I should be back here for a double deuce on Monday. Barry will have this open at 9:30, give or take, or 9 o'clock, give or take. And that will be that. So as always, I appreciate the entire week's cumulative questions, comments, and interactions. I think, it was another good week to digest data showing not to run into anything, and that just because we had a bit of a bounce last week doesn't mean that the bear market is over. There are, I've shared my evening scan with you folks a ton. There are a lot of stocks, and for those of you that want higher price stocks, take that evening scan and turn that maximum price value up. There are a lot of stocks that are hitting at or near all-time highs, and there's no there are stocks that are out there. I've put some money to work in some swing trading over the last couple of weeks again now. I've had some hits and some misses, but that's all part of trading as it is anyways. There's definitely opportunities out there. Without any question. So again, I thank you all very, very, very kindly, folks, and you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your weekend wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. Adios. See you Monday.